Good morning, everyone. Councillor Galloway, will you please sit down?
You going, Tim?
Been wanting to do that all my life. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Saturday edition of the draft annual plan hearing. This is the last official annual plan hearing day, so don't break into tears, anyone. So there may be one or two people scheduled to speak on Tuesday afternoon, but we'll mainly be hearing from local Water Done Well submitters then. We have no apologies, but Jamie will be on Zoom and Jake and Yanni are going to be a wee bit late. No declarations of interest. So I'd like to welcome Srijana and Emily for the Multicultural Recreation and Community Centre Charitable Trust. Welcome, and thank you for coming in on a Saturday morning.
E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e rauranga tira mā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, distinguished members of the Christchurch City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Srijana Chetri, and I'm the chair of the Multicultural Recreation Community Centre Trust. First, I would like to acknowledge our Board of Trustees, Jimmy Chen, Emily Veroven, Dante Fife, Biju Vasu, and our two ex-officios, Claire Phillips and Anne Galloway. On behalf of the Trust, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Christchurch City Council for your ongoing support and for providing us with vital resources, particularly the full-time establishment manager, Dr. Viviana, whose exceptional efforts have been instrumental in establishing and nurturing the growth of the centre. Along with our dedicated staff, volunteers, and community members have all played a vital role in making the centre a true testament to the power of diversity and collective action. Since its official opening in March, the journey has been one of both challenges and progress. But I'm happy to say that this centre has become more than just a building. It has evolved into a vibrant space that fosters a sense of belonging for communities of all walks of life, where people feel welcomed, empowered, and safe. Today, I stand before you to share arising matters and to seek your continual support, especially as we look towards the future of one of our city's most cherished events, Culture Galore, and the flourishing multiculturalism in Ōtautahi Christchurch. As we may know, Culture Galore has now outgrown its current location at Raybanks Park. The event, which has been a cornerstone of our multicultural community for over 20 years, will no longer be held there after 2025. The reason for this is clear. Culture Galore has become too large for its current venue, and we are aware that actions are being taken to identify a new location that will allow its continual success. A visibility study has been conducted, and the Multicultural Recreation Community Centre has been identified as its potential new home for this flagship event. It is important to note that the Trust has already been consulted for this initial approval of this event. However, this transition brings in with some concerns, especially funding. The two community boards that have supported Culture Galore for more than 2 decades, the Waimareo, Fendleton, Waimari, Harewood, and Waipuna, Hoswell, Hornby, Riccarton boards, will no longer be able to fund this event. this leaves us with an essential question: who will fund this important event moving forward? Cultural Galore is not just an event, it is a celebration of Christchurch's rich multicultural fabric, a platform where different ethnic groups can share their heritage through performance, food, and activities. It promotes inclusivity, unity, and understanding. As we move into this new chapter, it is vital for the future of Culture Galore that it receives the necessary support to continue thriving. That is why we urge the Christchurch City Council to consider including a dedicated line item for Culture Galore in the annual budget. By doing so, we can ensure that the event continues to grow and provide a sense of belonging to all multicultural communities in Christchurch. Without this funding, the future of this key event remains uncertain. In addition to this, I would also like to draw attention to the de-establishment of the Multicultural Committee in 2022. This has removed a crucial layer of participatory democracy for the multicultural sector in our city. The committee was a vital mechanism that ensured the voices of ethnic communities were heard in the council decision-making process, working in close with various partnerships with community networks to implement the goals of Christchurch City Council's multicultural strategy. Since the committee was disbanded, the engagement and oversight that it provides has been lost. And we have seen a gap in how multicultural sector is represented within council decision-making. In saying that, we do have a great relationship with Councillor Tyler Harrison, and we appreciate his efforts. As a trust who caters to multicultural communities' interests and needs, we remain committed to amplify their voices. By doing so, we not only support the growth and promotion of multiculturalism, but also reinforce the importance of participatory democracy, which the Multicultural Recreation Centre stands as a testament of communities participating in democracy and the difference we can make. We collectively believe that it is essential to maintain a robust partnership between the Trust and the Council with a clear pathway for effective communication channel so we can collaboratively address communities' concerns and foster ongoing development. To address this, we respectfully request the Multicultural Committee to be reinstated. This will ensure that the need and voices of our diverse communities continues to be considered in the work of council and that the Christchurch remains a city where everyone feels they belong. In conclusion, I stand before you today to ask for your continued commitment to the future of Culture Galore and the multicultural communities of Christchurch. We are asking for a dedicated budget allocation to ensure that the event continues to thrive in its new home and that its legacy of cultural celebration is preserved. Additionally, we urge you to reinstate the Multicultural Committee so the multicultural sector has a seat at the table and the support it deserves in shaping the future of our diverse city. Together, we can ensure that Christchurch remains a beacon of inclusivity, diversity, and unity for years to come. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, very good. Tyler, please.
Kia ora, Shijana and Emily. Thank you so much for that. I am definitely in support of what you're saying. And I just wanted to know, the last Multicultural Committee, they were able to have information sharing sessions and have some sort of visibility to the community. But in my opinion, this is just mine, I would love to see it step up into more of a decision-making capacity from the Multicultural community. Is there anything else that you'd like to see with that multicultural committee moving forward around decision-making processes, things like that?
Thank you, Tyler. Absolutely. I think having it reinstated is the starting point, and just keep moving forward from there, not backwards, is what we would suggest.
Great. And what's the number? I mean, would you want the equivalent for Culture Galore that the community boards have given put into a line item? So, for example, we've got the 2 community boards contributing to Culture Galore. Would you like the exact same number placed into a line item moving forward?
Yes, we do not know what the exact budget is, but whatever is required for the delivery of Culture Galore, that's what we're asking for.
Great. Last question is around infrastructure. So you've got the Multicultural Centre, which has great pros and maybe some potential cons. Is there anything that the council needs to look at in regards to the Multicultural Centre that would help bolster the event and help the event thrive?
Yes, I think the Multicultural Centre is still going through a lot of development, and we have made so much progress, but we are still developing and establishing. For any other things that may come that is going to be needed to be done to hold such a big event, we would definitely need support for that.
Thank you so much.
Right, we're starting off really good. We're already over time, but there was three more questions there already. So we'll do Tim quickly, please, and then Celeste and Yanni.
Thank you. Have you done any work with professional fundraisers, as in workshops, etc.? Because it seems Culture Galore is going to continue growing. So if you manage to get the same funding, in a few years that's going to be not enough. But we get so many groups who are all very valuable to our communities, but they're all asking the same thing. So I'm asking, if you held some workshops with professional fundraisers and joined those connections, would that help you for the future, adding strength to what you're trying to do? Because everybody comes here, as you can imagine, quite rightly, but we only have a limited amount. So would that be a better way for us to help you for the future?
I think it's important to note that Culture Galore has been a city council event for past 21 years.
Yep.
And we are interested in its success moving forward.
Yep.
I think definitely reaching out to external partners would definitely help, and that's something that we would be interested in as well.
Well, it would open those relationships for other things for you to do. So rather than having one source of fund and depending on a council, which is stretched, you could add strength to what you're doing for all of your communities. That's what my vision is anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Celeste, please.
My question was answered, but I just wanted to say that what you're requesting makes a lot of sense to me, and also bringing it into kind of a more metropolitan focus, because obviously it's a city, it should be a citywide thing that we support. So I'm very keen to see something like a line item, which to me makes kind of sense going forward. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And Yanni, please.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a sense of the quantum of funding. Appreciate that you don't know the exact amount, but do you have any sort of idea of the, is it tens of thousands? Is it 100,000? Like, do you have any idea what the cost is?
At the moment, we do not know, but what we can say is that a lot of work and support does need to go into this massive event, which has happened in the past. That includes staff working extra hours, a lot of management, a lot of work and resources.
My understanding, it's a council-run event, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
It was.
cool. Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Thank you. Yep, thank you so much for coming. And I must say that Culture Galore didn't happen this year. The tiny bit of rain right at the wrong time. It must have been very disappointing, because I was looking forward to going around there, because it's a fantastic event. And how on earth we did without the Multicultural Centre before, when it was a netball thing and we didn't have it. Heaven knows how we got on with it. So without it. So thank you very much for coming in.
Through
Brilliant.
you, Mr. Chair, could we make a note of how we can look at getting these guys together with our team to look at some kind of connecting to professionals to to start fundraising and look at that.
He's on. Yep.
Cheers. Thank you, Bede.
Thank you very much.
Church
Good idea.
Foundation, or
Thank you.
maybe the Christchurch
Ah,
Foundation.
good morning, Brett.
Kia ora, Council. Firstly, I just want to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to talk, and I acknowledge it's probably been a long couple of weeks, so I will do my very best not to go over time. As most of you know, the P3 Orion aircraft arrived by road in 2023, and some of you came to the museum to view that incredible aircraft. The C-130 Hercules flew in, literally, on the 19th of February, with the museum seeing huge levels of interest, and some of you may have seen some of that coverage in the media. Our own videos and posts about the Hercules have clocked up more than 2.3 million views since February. And we had a similar level of interest with the Orion when it arrived on its road trip from Blenheim in 23. We knew the interest would be huge, but we've been blown away by just how much. Last year, our Orion Open Days attracted over 9,000 people over 4 days, and we're expecting a similar number for our Hercules Open Days, which are happening as I speak. There is definitely a large public interest in these aircraft. However, as you know, and the reason I'm sitting here is because we don't have a space large enough to display these incredible aircraft, hence our requirement for a new exhibition hall. I thank you for your consideration of including a contribution of $5 million in the years ahead, noting that this comes with the conditions of public consultation, the rest of the funds being raised first, and the business case for which I've been liaising with your staff. I'm just here to reiterate that submission and not to ask for any more. We are doing this for the benefit of the public, so that they can come and learn about the amazing stories of service and sacrifice that these aircraft speak of. It is all about telling the stories, so that when the public look at these aircraft, they don't just see two large planes. Instead, when they look at the Hercules, they see the aircraft that brought the first search and rescue teams into Christchurch after the earthquakes. They see the aircraft that's flown to and from Antarctica since 1965, full of scientists and equipment. They see the aircraft that has deployed New Zealanders to conflicts and peacekeeping missions around the world, as well as responding to every major disaster relief that our country has been involved in, both at home and abroad, over the past 60 years. It is also the aircraft that has had the sad task of bringing our fallen home, as well as those who died in the Erebus tragedy. When they look at the Orion, they will see the hundreds, if not thousands, of lives saved of fishermen and yachties lost at sea who, when they heard the sound of the Orion's engines, knew that they had been found. They will see the decades of patrolling our economic zone and the economic zones of our Pacific neighbours to ensure their fishing resources were not being exploited. They will also see the aircraft that was involved in finding the French agents who bombed the Rainbow Warrior. Some may still say they are just big metal objects, but they are so much more. The wairua that flows through these aircraft talks about the past 60 years of our country through the major events it has been involved in. Some will view them with a sense of awe. Some may be inspired by the stories. Some may quietly reflect on their own personal connection with these aircraft, and some, like myself, will look at them like an old friend. With respect to our museum, I've previously shared about what a wonderful asset it is for Ōtautahi Christchurch. The fact we come at no cost to the ratepayer. We've been rated by TripAdvisor in the top 10% attractions in the world for the last 3 years, and have given a significant amount of free community support is something not many are aware of. Some examples of that support are the 17 overflow containers of exhibition material from the Canterbury Museum that are currently being stored on our site, the Littleton Museum collection that has been stored with us since the earthquakes, the buildings for the Antarctic Heritage Trust, which are also being stored with us. Just this week, 2 of my staff went to the Canterbury Rugby Football Union to meet with their archive staff to give them advice on how they can share their memorabilia when they go into the new stadium. And this Tuesday, the New Zealand Blood Service will be conducting one of their regular blood drives at the museum. We don't charge a cent for any of this support because we see it as our role to support our heritage sector and support our community. Today at the museum, as I mentioned before, we are allowing the public to view the partially dismantled Hercules in our storage hangar, whilst at the same time running a space event in conjunction with Christchurch Rocketeers, both free events for the public. That is why I am here alone, as the team are working this weekend to deliver these events, and I will be heading straight back there after this. We do this whilst primarily being a place to remember, to reflect, and be inspired by the stories of service and sacrifice of ordinary New Zealanders. And it is the stories of service and sacrifice that is behind our desire to get these wonderful aircraft on display. And on that note, when it comes to storytelling and remembrance, as this year is the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, I just want to mention 3 young men from Christchurch who served in our Air Force in World War II and never came home. They are among the over 4,800 names on our Roll of Honour in the museum's atrium. Sergeant Douglas Gordon, killed in air operations on the 16th of October 1942, aged 20. Flying Officer Geoffrey Merson, killed in an aircraft accident 12th of August 1944, aged 22. And Sergeant William Trolove, killed in air operations on the 31st of May 1944, aged 20. The reason I mention Doug, Jeff and William is because they all worked for the Christchurch City Council prior to going to war. They are 3 of the 341 names from Christchurch, and the average age of the over 4,800 names in our Roll of Honour is 24. The museum staff and I are dedicated to continuing to tell their story and that of all of our servicemen and women to whom we owe a great deal. Through the Hercules and the Orion, we'll continue to tell those incredible stories of service and sacrifice. We are building more than just a building. This is the forever home for these national heroes. And through these aircraft, we will tell their stories so that all can learn and be inspired by the deeds of ordinary New Zealanders. Lastly, if you are unsure, then I personally invite you to come to the museum to see the Hercules, to stand inside it and let it share its stories with you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your passion for serving our city. And thank you for listening. Now, welcome any questions.
Thank you, mate. Sam?
Yeah, thank you, Brett, for that. That's really good. Can you just remind me, how does the structure work in terms of paying rates? So, because some government entities don't, but your one does, from memory?
Yes, the NZDF does pay rates to the council. I think it's currently about $350,000 a year.
Right. So if you got this building on there,
Our rates would
Your rates would
increase
and
from the council.
and
From
Defence
the
House
Defence.
pay for that, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Be cool when we get, and I know we've talked about this before, get the advice, some more advice on it, just what that additional impact would be in terms of the rates, because it's effectively money from government out of Wellington. So.
Okay. Sarah?
Thank you.
No, sorry, Sarah.
Sarah, okay.
Sorry.
Thanks so much for that. I was wondering, so as a council, we tend to try and not take on the responsibility for things that are the government agency's responsibility. And I'm just wondering where the Defence Force sits in doing this project, because it seems like that would be a responsibility for the Defence Force.
We're a hybrid, Sarah, so we're partly the Air Force and the Defence Force will look after the maintenance of the buildings and they'll look after a number of the staff. And current budget cuts, though, we're losing some of our staff, and we have a trust board, though, and it's the trust board that built the last building, which was $16 million. The Defence put no capital into that, but Defence picked up the maintenance cost for that ongoing in perpetuity. Yeah. I personally have my views, which are probably similar to yours, on what they do, but in the current climate, I am passionate about the Air Force, and I believe that Defence should be contributing. It's supposed to be a partnership between the Trust Board having to raise a certain amount and the Crown, but currently everything is focused not on the museum. That may change. I personally think in today's climate, we need to be focusing on the museum more, so when you look at the world, so that we stand in front of those names and we don't repeat.
And given the recent indication of a large injection of money into the Defence Force, do you think that there's more potential maybe for the Defence Force to stump? I mean, I know it's like, for example, you think in education, there are things we think the Ministry for Education should be doing, they sometimes don't. And as a council, we don't necessarily pick up those costs because we still see it as a core education thing.
Yeah, I think we are, it's all the government money is all operationally focused, and we are come under support community, so we're kind of, I think we're just as important to the story we tell, but it's about the people like you here that make the decisions. If I could speak to Cabinet, I would love to speak to Cabinet. And we are a national museum, but I think the overwhelming benefit for our city, when we built the last one, I think the council kindly put in a contribution to that, but that kept tens, if not hundreds of millions coming to our city through the events we were able to hold until the new convention centre. And this will pay back. If half of what we expect comes in, then it will be a financial impact of over $3 million to the city per year ongoing for a one-off contribution. You won't have to pay any of the staff wages, you won't have to pay any of the maintenance, you won't have to do anything, and that's just based on our visitor numbers.
So you think you'll get additional visitor numbers from having this meeting?
Absolutely. When I spoke last time, for example, the Orion Open Days, we had 9,000 through, and 10% of them came from out of town just to have a look at the Orion. You know, so that one event alone was over based on how MB work out their figures, over 300,000. When we have the Warbirds over Wanaka, you know, if just 10% of them say, hey, we get the chance to look at a Herc and an Orion, let's spend a night in Christchurch. If just 10% of them stayed, that would be over $1 million just for them, 10% of them spending a night in the city. So I think there is huge. And also, we have 176,000 visitors already bringing huge economic impact into our city.
And I guess the last question is, what happens if we're not able to because there are other priorities?
Well, I guess that is a great question. I think that for me, the council support, what it does is it shows that if you believe in the project and if you believe that the huge interest is there, then it can be to other agencies. My bosses, the council are contributing. They get it. They can see the value in this. Where is Defence? Where is the government? So, and we're having those conversations at the moment. The
question wasn't what if we do. The question is what if we're not able to.
I will be continuing to fundraise as an XC130 pilot. The board are looking at employing a fundraiser to do it. But first of all, it's any fundraising, it's the big support first that you get, and that can help snowball.
All right, we've got two more. Aaron, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, just to clarify, because we're in the public domain, you said an Air Force Museum. Is this the National Air Force Museum?
It is.
So just so people know, in the hierarchy, this is the top dog for.
It is.
Okay, which is very important.
Yep.
And then you kind of touched on it. The visitor numbers from outside. Do you have your annual numbers on what percentage come from outside of Christchurch?
We don't have them exactly, but I know for our Run Open Days it's 10%. But we have a number. Yeah, I would say over 10%, quite easily.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Mark, please. Mark's last one.
Excellent, thank you. So would it be useful for us as a council also to help by talking to our connections in government to bring them to the table?
And one answer, yes, please. Oh, that was 2 words. But yeah, yes, because we have, and we had our lovely local MP, Honourable Megan Woods, has been at the museum twice. The Prime Minister was at the museum 2 weeks ago. The Minister for Veterans was at the museum opening a conference 4 weeks ago. So we are having lots of discussions. But yeah, I just want to get these aircraft on display to share them with the public. But thank you so much for your time. Hopefully you're not going to be too much over time today. And
No, we're all good. Thank you, Brett. And as we all know, it's an outstanding facility and we're so lucky to have it here in Christchurch. So thanks for coming in. Thank you. Okay, Marjorie, please. Now, Marjorie's got 15 minutes because she's talking in 3 different capacities. So welcome.
Thanks. Right, my co-presenter wasn't available, so you do just have me, Kiora. Yep. So I'm covering the Victoria Neighbourhood Association, shown on that slide. Myself, Marjorie Montai, and one other member, Shala Hall. There were enough overlaps. Not everybody said all of these things, but there was enough overlap to roll this into one presentation, save you and us time, I should say. And we will just be commenting on the 4 things on that slide. So here's what we support. First one has to do with the cycleways. Members only commented on the ones going to or within the central city. not the specific ones that you had in the draft plan. Sorry about that, but that's what came in. There was the comments made again. I think we did it in the long-term plan as well, to consider ways to simplify wherever possible instead of delaying, and that was for any cycleway. The Climate Resilience Fund, 3 points related to that. We supported it in the long-term plan submission. At that time, we said we hope that you would focus on reducing harmful activities, not just adapting to. In other words, it's much more proactive than waiting for it to happen and then try to adapt. And the third point is that we believe the shuttle is an example of using the fund to reduce emissions. In other words, being proactive. So the shuttle. Oh no, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead one. There we go. Oh, what happened? Yeah. We always believe in meaningful consultation. In this case, it relates to the item about surplus property, whether to divest yourself. So the comments that came in was, as usual, listen to the ones most affected, not ones that just have an idea that that park over there or that thing over there is something nobody wants. Who knows, unless the most affected people are the ones talked to. And we also wanted to emphasize that residents' voices should be given at least the same weight as businesses or other commercial activities. And we're sorry, but we don't always feel that that is the case. The shuttle also could be known as the loop, hop on, hop off, or as one of our members said, is it like the city centre orbiter? And that was a new person who had no idea what the shuttle was because she didn't live here then. It is V&A on the whole. It is the number one priority because the traditional bus service does not meet all the needs, especially for those who live within the city centre and within the 4 avenues and close to the city centre. We believe it is consistent with climate change action. It supports, as it always did, ARA, the city centre, its residents, and visitors and tourists. An important thing to remember, though, is that it has to get people into and out of the city centre, not just going around the points once you get in. And I think sometimes people that hadn't used it have overlooked that very important point. It's not just a shopper's bus, and it always has gone much further and had much more in mind than just retail. More about the shuttle, and now the scoping study. We're really pleased that it's back on the agenda after having been shelved, but we would prefer you just to get on with it rather than a study first, because those of us who lived here when the shuttle was around can see no reason why it wouldn't be just as successful as it was before, when over 1 million rides were recorded each year, including its first year. With so many new developments now that have no off-street parking and fewer cars, even more people would use it to get into and out of the city centre. Quite a few people, and I've been surprised how many in my own neighbourhood, didn't live here pre-earthquake, and they didn't know what the shuttle was, and they had no idea whether they would use it. At a recent V&A meeting, several people said, "How's it different from any other bus?" And other people said, "I never use the bus, so why would I use the shuttle?" So we described it in some detail, and several people then put in a submission or said, please let them know that even though I've never used it, it sounds great. So I'm passing that on to you. However, if you go ahead with a study first, depending on the parameters of that. We just have two requests. The first one is to consult specifically with Central City Residents Associations, who can then consult with their own members, rather than just putting it out for people to respond to, especially now that I know, and you can picture it as well, if you think of all the new developments within the 4Avs in particular, how many people won't know what to say, won't know whether they would support it, and I doubt if whoever conducted the study would have time to go out and talk to groups themselves, and so that you can get meaningful responses back. You know the old saying, build it and they will come? It seems to us that it's got to be there for people to see how well it works. And the previous iteration of the shuttle, well, in our opinion, proves that. The second point on this, and I suppose this would be for the study as well as if the shuttle gets going, is to be creative. So here are three ideas to throw out. First of all, it doesn't have to be free, but it certainly is simpler if it is, because then they don't have to give you a chit. If you're going to 3 or 4 places, you shouldn't have to pay every time if you only had gone a couple of blocks. They don't have to worry about change, but maybe there's a way to do it. Maybe donations, who knows? Maybe you could, well, you can think about it. The second one would be to seek some kind of sponsorships or naming rights to reduce the ongoing costs, and you can come up with all sorts of ideas for that. And the third one is to look into alternatives. Now, this one came from an Icon, one of the other residents' groups. This was their idea, a hybrid version of the Botanic Garden caterpillar, which they thought would be cheaper, kind of cute, and could whiz around. So there's another idea. What was that? Well, I don't know. Maybe there's fast versions. No idea. But what we're just doing is to say there must be a way to do this. You did it before. You proved that it worked. And I'm really sorry. I have no faith that ECAN would even think about it. It's not in their annual plan. When we went and talked about it in the long-term plan, it was just a bunch of yawns, and they are the ones that very quietly took away the agreement that you and ECAN had in September 2022. Message from the other person that is sitting here in spirit. So this younger member lives on Salisbury Street. She made a very short submission, and it was only to support the shuttle because she ended up saying, well, I want that. She would love to use it instead of driving into the city. She wanted to emphasize the importance for both younger and older residents. In her submission, she talked about older. One little thing about it being that our neighborhood had old people like me in it, and she thought that we might need it. But she said just as much for younger people and anyone with limited mobility, of which obviously there would be a significant number as one does get older. So the final point on that is what I've already alluded to, the number of residents living near the city centre who didn't know about the shuttle. But even those who did, once it was no longer there, and after the earthquakes when we couldn't go into the city centre, they got in the habit of going elsewhere. And I am surprised how many of my own neighbours go to Edgware. They go to a different library instead of the wonderful Turanga. They even go to malls because they say access is easier, and a number of them feel that they can't walk from, say, Peacock, Beeley Ave area into Tauranga carrying books and carrying books back. And they say, I just can't do that. So you say, get a backpack. I mean, you say all sorts of things. But once you're in the habit of not doing it, and they got in the habit, or they drive into the city, which I think is also something that all of us would want to reduce as much as we can. I don't think the Business Association realizes how many more customers they could have and how many are going in a different direction. It's anecdotal, but we know our neighborhood well, and ICON says the same thing. That's a combination of Shala and things that our own neighbors have said. Sorry, that was her. You've seen it. This is just an additional message that several people said, oh, goody. So we've added that. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. That's great. Aaron, please.
Yeah, thanks for your submissions there, Marjorie. One thing that Yanni's been bleating on, I just saw his, because bleating's the word of the year, bleating on about is having, instead of the shuttle, using the current bus system, but if you're within the 4 Abs, it's a free to use, just with the tap on, tap off, so you're not going out of the zone. Other cities around the world do it. Would that work, or is that something you guys have canvassed? Because that covers quite a lot of routes.
One of the problems I see, and because I'm not quite sure how it would work, it seems to me like it is still just focusing on once you're in the central city and whipping around in whatever you decide, whatever anybody decides, are the main stops, the main places to go. The importance is getting people who live close, and you could say the 4 avenues, but you might want to go a little bit further south. But anyway, close. It's getting them in as well. It's not just once you're in, being able to whip around. And I'm just not positive how what you're describing would work. If it did do that as well and brought people in and then went around, well, that's the shuttle. So...
Okay, so I've got 2 more questions, and I'm already so far behind.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your submission. And like, I know this, as I used to be the councillor for the area. I used to live in the inner city. I used to chair one of the residents groups, so I know, and I used to use the yellow shuttle, so I know how special the yellow shuttle was to people. But when I look at the map and I see that there are ECAN buses that currently service the area, I do wonder how we prioritise. We've got if I guess I'm just trying to understand from a prioritisation point of view, given that we've got limited resources. What would I say to the people in Aranui and Bromley who have lost bus services, don't have bus services, compared to like a extra service in the central city where there are current bus routes, although recognising that there's a few gaps, but generally the map is pretty good. So people would be able, with the new ticketing system, hop on and then they have to ticket when they get off. So it would actually be able to be done quite easily. I'm just wondering where you think in terms of our priorities, looking at existing areas that don't have any bus services or very, very limited versus putting...
Yanni, you're gobbling up time. Ask the question.
I guess I would say that's ECAN's. The regular buses is ECAN.
Yep.
We're talking about something that, and I did write these down as well, we're talking about something that fits in with so many of your policies. It fits in with climate change and emissions reduction, reducing congestion in the central city, more people living in the central city and the intensification going on, having a vibrant city centre, residents and businesses not having to have off-street parking or and hopefully having fewer cars and more mixed-use zones. I see them as different. I understand your point, Yanni, but the current buses don't. Where I live, to get to some of the places the shuttle used to go, I would have to take 2 buses. I have to go into the exchange to then get a bus just to go 3 more blocks. So it's silly. I can't get to a supermarket without doing that.
Thank you,
That's
Marjorie.
the
That's
point.
great.
They're different.
Andre, I'm gonna have to
Thank you.
squash your section. Quick, yeah, thanks, man. Radio, Dominic, please. Hello.
Hello. I'd like to thank you all for your time here today, at least, with everything. I know it's a busy time for the annual plan. I'm surprised seeing a 7% rates increase, which upon years of rates increases. I listened to a recent council meeting, and only one of you councillors actually said, we're in a cost of living here, so why are we going to force more burden on ratepayers and people who potentially are already struggling, or the rest of the city? It seems like the fiscal responsibility is not being managed appropriately, and things could be better done. I take it some of you are probably looking at the picture, and I will get to that, because that is something I find very frustrating and still ongoing issues with that cycleway layout. With regards to cycleways, some of them are pretty good. In actual fact, the east is the only one that doesn't have a dedicated, separated layout. This is Worcester Street, just near Stanmore Road, between England and Fitzgerald Ave. This is getting built up with townhouses, and it's your most direct route to the CBD from the east, and with the future stadium. Yet, we've got glorified speed humps, for lack of a better word, being used as cycleway. That van parked there clearly shows it's very hard to get around it. Would you think it's safe for little kids to get around it? Your nephews, nieces, any children or grandchildren? This is an issue that I've constantly battled with since post-construction, and yet there's been no action to address it. Or I've heard from council's end, blame the resident. It's a resident's fault. It's a user's fault. It's designer's fault, fundamentally. This design is not practical. Case in point, I recently messaged my local councillor, Councillor McLennan, when a contractor parked their digger blocking one of these build-outs. If a contractor does it, and it's easy enough to do, as you see in the picture, when is something going to be done to address it? You've had the Harewood Wheels to Wings route bounced around how many times, and nothing's actually built so far, yet there's nothing in the capital works budget to address the problems like these. Logically, the issues with this layout never existed prior, so it's not a resident's fault, it's not a user's fault. Clearly it is the layout that's fault, and designers failed in their jobs and their due diligence to provide a safe, suitable layout as part of their reviews and safety and design processes. It's a real shame. I've actually nearly been collected by a bin truck once. It's scary. And put yourself in those shoes. My shoes on that situation, because it's terrifying. But yet you see the likes of Papanui Parallel, South Expressway along Elizabeth Street and Riccarton, that's separated. Yet there's nothing like this actually to the east directly. Yeah.
Okay. Jake, please.
Thank you. It might be good if in the recorded actions from the hearings we ask for a bit of advice about the long-term future, because I accept the fact that the design is not ideal, but this is a consequence, this is to my colleagues, this is a consequence of what you get when you want to do cheap and cheerful cycleways. This is some of the behaviour you get. I'm sure you too would accept that this is bad parking behaviour, perhaps elicited through poor design, but there's a little bit of fault on both sides. But we'll get some advice and see if we can't look at the long-term future of this stretch, because it isn't ideal for anyone.
With that, when you report to council parking, they have to physically be there on site to see it. So how good is that if you report it in every time?
And
It's bad behaviour, but the design is encouraging bad behaviour. I acknowledge that.
we've got no time, but Mel is the last question. No, so we've got one left, and Celeste had her hand up next.
Thank you for coming in. And your comment about the lack of cycleways over in the eastern suburbs, I completely agree. In terms of, where you think some improvements could be made in terms of the actual design and things like that, do you have any specific comments about, obviously that's driver behaviour, but ways we could improve them?
Oh, I'd love to assist on that, actually. The Fitzgerald Ave to England Street section is a long straight section, and it begs belief as to why it wasn't separated. Costs aside, it makes common sense and logical too, especially when you look at other sections and other routes.
And you would have support increased investment on cycleways out to the east, bearing in mind there isn't anything really there currently.
Well, for that section at least, it's the most direct link from the east, from Linwood to the central city,
Right.
and with the future multi-purpose stadium.
Thank you, Dominic. Thanks very much for coming in on a Saturday morning. Good on you, man. Andrea, please.
Kia ora, I'll try to save you some time, Phil.
No, you've got 10 minutes. You go for it.
Right, and I'm in control of this if I just send it right. So I'm Andrea, I'm the chair of the Resident Association, and the rest of them are in the surf today because it's such a nice day, but here we all are. So I'm talking about some disposal of land out there that I've put my name on. So basically, we're 3,000 people, 3 hills. We've got young renters, we've got visitors, and there has been some interest in people wanting to actually sort of urban farm. We have 1,000 people visiting on a weekend, which is a worry for tsunami, but that's another thing. So we run projects. One of the ones is we're doing our evacuation plan. So that's my committee on the left. So we're a youngish committee. That's why most of them kind of still working. And I'm a landscape architect, so I work. Yeah, we've got these issues out there. So we could have earthquakes, tsunamis, fires, pandemics, floods, and we want to be more resilient. So we wanted to get some of the land that you wanted to dispose of on Wakefield that's across from the cliffs. And I'll show you the map. The whole idea is that when the pandemic did come, food security was kind of a thing. And people were like, wow, what about the fresh food? And we do have young people who really want to grow their own food, but they have no land. And especially if you live in an apartment, you don't have anything. So the Richmond Berry Garden is up at the top of the screen. It's up against the cliff. They meet one Sunday a month, and they do a good job growing some things. At the bottom of the page, we have the Van Ash Community Garden. They meet Tuesdays from 10 to 12, and I've talked to Catherine, and that's mostly a social thing. And then we've got Gavin's No Dig Garden. It's a permaculture garden against the cliff as well, which is where we're kind of wanting to go. And that is it produces food, but it's not highly productive. So this whole urban farm idea, this is where we would be right in the middle there. So that is the Berry Garden across from the bowling club. That is the Van Ash. Believe it or not, it's under that massive tree, so it's not that productive. And this is the kind of thing we want. We actually want urban farming and allotments. So in Europe, people who live in apartments rent land on a farm and they can grow their own food. So this is the whole idea, just enabling people. Studies, tons of studies on this. I mean, mental health for the youth, we think we're all doing great. We have new cars, houses, and boats, but the young people are killing themselves. I mean, I don't want to say it, but teenage suicide it's real. I've just had friends who've lost a son. So we need to do something with these kids, and I think growing food is awesome. We're also closing the loop on waste, so we want to feel that the young people have agency. You know, we can clean up. Our beach is covered with plastic, believe it or not, and the mammals eat it. And so we're closing the loop on that. We've just started our recycling scheme, but we have a repair shop that needs some more room. We have surfboard repair, bike repair. We have a reuse. We have like upcycle household goods that don't end up in landfill. People actually come and take them home. And we want to do more of this, more growing, and use some of our compostable waste, not sending it to the smelly Bromley place. And then we can do education. So as you know, education's key with all this moving forward. changing behaviors. So we've basically got this up and running now at the police station at our little hub. We've got a small space, and we've got to deal with Tetra Pak. We're going to be a collection point for them. But we are in the police station. It's a small space, and we're basically at capacity there. So that is why, if you look at your map, you'll see. I can go back, can't I? How do I go back on this again? To that map. So there's those two sites. One's the old gasworks that's contaminated, so you can't grow food there. Yeah, that top one there, that one, yeah. So in the middle of the screen, if you hit there, there's two sites. Duncan Street's in the middle of them, and I put in the submission for this thing, I put in a whole 4 pages of plans. So one bit that isn't contaminated, we want to have an urban farm where we have an urban farmer who's interested. They would actually be on site to help these people with their allotments. So there's enough room to do allotments and an urban farm. So that supports itself. And then with the gasworks, we'd like to actually have it as a place for people to store their massive campers and boats and things that are in the road, and more room eventually to have it as our zero waste network hub. Because at the police station, we don't own it. They can kick us out at any minute. So we have an MOU, but if they want to sell that, they will sell that. And land is worth a lot in Sumner. I am worried about you guys selling pieces of land, and then the Alpine Fault goes, and those rocks along that Richmond face, like, they have been checked, but then every time we have a rain event, this is not granite, this is not secure rock, this is just stuff that flakes off. So I'm just worried that if you go and sell these pieces of land along Wakefield, and then there's the big one, and then someone dies, I just don't want to see that. So we would like to farm it. Mm-hmm. That's it. And I'll take questions.
No, that's very good. So just I'm on the right track. It is some land that we already own.
Yes.
This is for everyone out there watching it. And it's a piece of land that would probably never be allowed to be sold to be built on because it could be dangerous. But it would be safe enough to do urban farming on it.
Yes. Well, the arrangement you guys have at the moment with Gavin is that with farming, there's someone there maybe 2 hours a day, right? Mm. And they're not sleeping there, So, it's that. And it in the annual plan, when you say for disposal, it's hard to figure out what you're actually meaning. Like, because I know that there's pressure on, in Sumner, people want to develop, right? Okay, apartments. But we're going to retreat from there. There's $1 million establishment I just was at yesterday looking at for clients, and they built it over the drain. Like, the drain comes in a concrete thing, and then this guy's built this development over it where it goes under the parking, and it goes to the Scarborough Playground. I'm thinking, okay. So we just have to be super careful about developing out there. Look, I'm all for people.
Sorry, it is land that's ours. That's
it is absolutely yours.
Making sure for everyone.
Yep.
We've got one, Yanni, because you didn't get one last time.
Okay. I was just really interested, having represented this area during the earthquakes and dealing with the really tragic consequences of people being outside when the boulders came down. It always worries me around the life risk and the safety. So I was just trying to understand, have you had any sort of assessment around the life risk? Because I do get concerned. What would happen in a future event? And I just want to...
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I agree. I'm concerned too. Look, we have no money. And we could do an assessment.
Is there something that staff have talked to your groups about?
No, so every once in a while there's the geotech guys are out there looking at the land for someone who wants to build a house. And you go, oh, all right, really? But, I would say that if you're gardening and you feel and hear and you look up,
you're out of there.
You're bolting. Because there's one rock in Gavin's garden and in this one garden that we would be on, and it sits there. So you go, oh yeah, reminder. Yep. There's a large bun there, right? Yeah, the bun's in. There's planting above. Look, hey, We don't know, do we? I mean, we just,
I
it's
think
one of
maybe
these things.
I can ask the questions of staff, but I mean, I love the work that you're doing. I love the proposal. It would be good to get more information about that.
It's totally different from community garden, though. It's like community garden is not into production, like let's grow enough food for our family. This is what this is.
Okay.
This is different.
Pauline, please. And then you're the last one.
Might have missed it. I was just wondering, is the piece of land that you're after on our disposal?
Yes, it is. 100%. It's in my submission. I have a plan in the submission that has your map.
Yes,
And
I
then
saw
I
that.
have a another map with what we want to do.
Yeah, so it is on our list. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So we do have life and vacant spaces. I've been talking to her, but this would be a long-term lease. So I think it would be more between council and us rather than involving life and vacant spaces. But I've been talking to I can't remember her name, and yes, she's the only one. Yeah, so there, and we do have quite a few people approaching us who want to grow food, but where we're growing food at the moment in these community gardens isn't that productive. I'm just, as a grower of food.
Thank you very much for coming in. That's brilliant.
Cool.
Ta. Right, Aaron, please.
Hello.
How are you,
How are
bud?
you guys going?
Good to see you.
Yeah, see you. Okay, so I'm talking about this topic again. I think we've talked about a year ago. And I've talked about with the East Side Community Board. So we're talking about the road layout around Tancred, Woodhouse, Surrey, and Rochester Streets on the east side of town. So these streets are used as a bit of a cut through for many people, and people drive relatively excessively through there. And what we're finding is that we've got traffic lights both at the end of Gloucester and Woodham, as well as Linwood Avenue, and people are using these residential streets to go through relatively fast. So I've noticed that there has been a speed monitor there a few weeks ago to look at Woodhouse Street, which I really appreciate. I'm not necessarily concerned about people exceeding speed limit of 30, 40 k's an hour. We're talking about people who are exceeding the speed limit a lot faster. I've got a camera outside front of my house. So for a car traveling 60 k's an hour, that means we're going about 14 meters per second. So by the time the camera catches a car going by, it's already gone by. So we're not capturing cars going by that speed. So we're finding a situation where the road layout is very excessive and very encouraging people to speed. So despite bringing this attention to the council before, and I've had questions about tree planting initiatives and all that around the area, we have not seen anything like this in the past few years in our neighbourhood. We've had over 60 houses within this block being built, which is about over $1.2 million worth of development contributions. Plus the neighbourhood layout has been around for over 80 years and we have not seen any improvements in the area. So my question really to the council is, if money's going to the council from these neighbourhoods, we've had trees being cut down, many trees being cut down in this neighbourhood, which is not being replaced for this development. Where's the money going? It's obviously being distributed to other areas through discriminative methods, which I really think should be questioned. This is not really a point for consultation. This is a safety issue within our streets. Even we've got people driving through very excessively. You've seen these photos before. Got beautiful photos of really wide open streets. These streets are wider than Highway Number 1, going down around South Island. According to Austroads, which is the governing body for Australasian layouts, streets should not be any wider, residential streets should not be any wider than 6 metres, so 3 metres per each lane, 3.7 metres per each lane. And so, our streets are far, far wider than that, hence we get excessive speeding. It's also written in NZTA's guiding information for street layout. We'd like to see an improvement in our streets. We haven't seen any input from the council to improve that. We've had roadworks in the area to do the same thing that was done 3 years ago, to do road repairs, exactly the same repairs, stage one, year after year, which ends up in gravel pits. and we haven't had stage 2 come through, and you're repairing a road which is far too wide. By planting street trees or closing up, making more of a cul-de-sac layout within this layout that you can see, we're going to have better absorption of water from runoff. We're going to have more controlled traffic and people less conducive to speeding in this area. And it wouldn't cost so much in road repairs, which is ongoing year after year for exactly the same thing, which is completely needless and waste of government money and private money. So what I'm proposing is narrower streets and encouraging street trees to be planted within these roads. And there are, on our street by itself, Woodhouse Street, with 135 metres long, we have 9 children under the age of 5 years old. Yet people are still driving through it over 60 k's an hour comfortably. I'd like to really see the results of the road monitoring. I wouldn't be surprised, just be curious. So doing a quick cost calculation for putting street trees by cutting out the road and making it narrower, as you can see in the photos above, probably cost not much more than $50,000. I've been very conservative on these numbers. I'm sure the council get better rate than a privateer doing it themselves, but if I was to do this job myself, I mean, for $1.2 million, there's a little bit of money can go into our neighbourhood, please. Yeah. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, mate. Perfect timing. No, that's very good. Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention, and it's a sensible solution that you've brought up. So we'll make a note of that and see what we can do.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Okay, Annabelle, please. Morning still.
Good morning, councillors, Mayor Major, council staff, and those of you who, like us, feel a strong sense of deja vu. Let me save you some time. Yes, this is basically the same presentation we gave last year. If it sounds familiar, that's because it is. We've updated the dates, swapped out a few recycled ideas because, quite frankly, we feel that's what the council's done too. We are here on behalf of the Christchurch Central City Business Association, which represents over 1,136 businesses operating in the heart of our city. Our members range from small independent retailers and hospitality operators to large-scale employers and property owners, all whom are deeply invested in the success and vibrancy and financial stability of the central city. We are the people who open our doors in our businesses every morning. We pay rates, we create jobs, we stay late, and we often act as unofficial tour guides to our lost tourists. We love the city, but loving it doesn't mean we're here to stay silent when wasteful spending threatens to undermine the hard work that every business puts in every single day. So today we are back with the same message, because until we stop seeing unnecessary projects with over-generous budgets, we'll keep calling it out, louder, clearer, and with a few more punchlines. We are opposed to wasteful spending. Some of these proposed projects are like decaf coffee. Sound like a good idea until you realise there's no real kick. The council needs to treat public money the way ratepayers do, carefully, intentionally, and with a little bit of scepticism. If it doesn't deliver measurable benefits to the residents or the local economy, it doesn't belong in the budget. Full stop. Let's talk about the Central City Shuttle. Rebranded, rehashed and redundant. The Central City Shuttle, formerly known as the Shopper Bus, is proposed to make a comeback from the dead. But here's the bit that's been lost. Christchurch has changed. Our retail core is compact, our streets are walkable, and the idea of a bus doing a few laps around city blocks feels more like a nostalgic trip than a strategic move. If someone's desperate for a lift around the city, they have options that do not involve ratepayers' money. They can catch one of the metro buses for $2 or buy a $99 annual tram pass. Bringing back the shuttle now is like calling an Uber to cross the street. We are calling for a comprehensive budget review. The CCBA is calling from a top to bottom, line-by-line review of council spending. Not just a glance at the big ticket items, we're talking digging deeper into the finer print. The current financial environment demands more than business as usual. It demands discipline, transparency, and courage. The courage to cut what's not working and double down on what is. We're not saying every idea needs a 10x return. We're saying that every dollar should have a purpose. Clear, measurable impact that aligns with the council's strategic goals and what the community actually needs. This means reviewing existing programs and asking, is it still relevant? Identifying underperforming initiatives and making hard calls. Ending the financial equivalent of binging on glitter glue. The shiny feel-good projects that look exciting but deliver little long-term value. We understand not every cut's going to be popular, but popularity is not a benchmark of good governance. Impact is. What this city needs right now is less window dressing and more foundation work. It's time to treat your budget like a business, because for ratepayers and local businesses, it is. We're asking you, councillors and staff, to lead with clarity, not clutter. Be willing to let go of legacy projects that are no longer serving today's needs. Instead, invest in initiatives that strengthen our infrastructure, our economy, and our future. You need to keep the rates in line with CPI. Inflation is hammering both households and businesses. Operational costs are up, wages are rising, insurance premiums have skyrocketed, and yet we're simply told to absorb it and get on with it. For many central city businesses, margins are razor thin. Consumer spending is cautious, and this environment, a hefty rate rise feels less like a civic contribution and more like a penalty for staying open. Add the steep rate hike of 8.2% for non-residential properties on top of already ballooning costs. It's like handing a drowning person a barbell and calling it a lifeline. We're not asking for miracles, we're asking for discipline. The proposed hikes are at 3 times consumer price index. Instead of rate rises that are 3 times the rate of inflation, the council should tier rate increases to CPI and show that the council understands the realities outside of this building. CPI indexed rates give the ratepayers predictability and fairness, a model that actually reflects the current economic conditions rather than wishful budget planning. We're calling for a better explanation of value. If rates go up, ratepayers should see corresponding increase in service, efficiency, or infrastructure. Right now, that link's broken. Many of us feel like we're paying for more and getting less. Fiscal leadership means knowing when to tighten the belt and proving you can do more with what you already have. Christchurch doesn't need bold spending, it needs bold restraint. So before you ask more from the people who fund the city, ask yourself, have we done everything possible to live within our means? Because all our members currently have. Every household and business knows the drill. If it's not earning, it's costing. And when debt levels are too high, reality needs to be faced. Sell the surplus, cut the clutter, and get the city's finances back into shape. The city cannot maintain the current high levels of debt and borrowing. It cannot borrow its way into the future while pretending it's someone else's tent. This does not work. In conclusion, yes, this is basically the same speech we gave last year. We've added the date and added a bit more edge. And unless something changes, we'll be back here again next year, reading it again, possibly laminating it, maybe framing it. If we can get Anthony here to choreograph it. We're not against progress. We are against pointless spending. We don't need big shiny headlines. We need smart, grounded decisions with real outcomes. Get the basics right first, fix what's broken, fund what works, and support the people who keep this city running every day. And then only then, think about the glitter on the art project. The businesses of Christchurch deserve better than a rinse and repeat budget, and so do the ratepayers, so does this city. Thank you for your time, and here's hoping this is one speech we don't have to dust off in 2026.
Thank you. We've got 3 questions, and that's all. So, Tyler, please.
Okay. Which one am I going to pick? Let's go to the funds, actually. So in order for us to go down to the CPI or just down to inflation at 2.2%, it'll require a request of cutting hundreds of millions of dollars. Are there any particular projects that you're not happy with within your jurisdiction?
Well, I think probably the main point that we actually want a line-by-line review of the budget. There's always fat. There's always fat somewhere hiding. There's always fat. And I think that's probably one of the biggest takeaways from that.
Sarah?
Thanks. I'm interested in your plug around debt reduction, and there's 2 things in there. So this year we've chosen to use a surplus to lower rates instead of to pay down debt, which will end up costing us more in the long term because of the interest rates, bits and pieces we pay over time. So the balance between the short term keeping rates down and more sustainable keeping rates down, there's a tension there. The other one is rating for renewals. So at the moment, we borrow a lot for doing just our regular BAU renewals, and that ends up costing us twice as much to do the same amount of pipe and roading stuff because we're paying it back over 30 years. And yet you've said that you'd prefer us to do that than paying a little bit more up front but keeping rates low over time. I'm just wondering how you see that balance between short term and long term when it comes to that financial sustainability.
I guess it's a line by line item, Sarah, in that if you look at a business has a budget every year.
Yeah.
And then every year it might creep, like my budget from running my office might creep, 4 or 5% a year at max. But what we don't understand as ratepayers and as business people is the rates just seem to keep creeping and creeping and creeping.
Yeah.
Inflation's here, council rates are there, and every year the rating base is that big, but you've got developers in this town that build 200 plus townhouses a year. In some cases, they're replacing, 20 units on what was a one rateable unit site.
Yeah.
And so all your rate database goes up as well.
Yep.
But yet you've got, where does that money go?
Mine isn't a what projects and stuff though, it's a how we pay for things.
Yes.
So we can choose to pay a little bit more up front, but that saves us, say, 20 million over 10 years. $20 million that we're only just paying in interest and stuff, rather than, which means that we do the same amount of work, but we pay more for it. And as a business, if you had the money available, would you pay a little bit more upfront to save yourself some money as a business over the maybe 10 years? Or would you choose to keep the costs lower now, knowing that it's going to cost you more? There's that kind of balance.
Yeah, I'd put it on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, and probably looking for
but we
those.
do, like we have like a $20 million thing.
Okay, we'll keep going. Thank you. And very lastly, because Mel had a hand up, and it's a very quick question, isn't it?
Oh, I thought it was me.
I was just wondering if CCBA works with like Business Canterbury or the different neighbourhood associations around in the central city, because the submission, what you've said about the shuttle is the complete opposite of what Marjorie from Victoria Neighbourhood Association talked about this morning and what Leanne Watson talked about when she came yesterday, saying we should actually just get on and do the shuttle. So I'm surprised that your submission is the opposite.
Well, I don't personally think it's fair for the ratepayers, say, in Hornby or Sumner, to pay for a shuttle that goes a number of blocks when we've already got that public transport infrastructure. Maybe the routes need to be shifted. because it's not just about money's tight for the businesses in the central city. Money's tight for every single family in the city.
So thank you, Annabelle. Great answer. Sean, good to see you, man. Thank you. Okay, Simon, please. I'm going ahead.
Yes, I'm just watching here.
Okay, guys, welcome. Sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you.
That's fine. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, councillors. My name is Simon Shelton. I'm the chair of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and with me this morning is Marie Burnett. She's our general manager, and Dr. David Miller, who is a trustee and also heads up the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, our largest project. So this morning, I'd just like to start off with a thank you. The council are very supportive and evidenced in funding that is provided to the Conservation Trust, which we're very grateful for. So, and it's also a representation of the alignment between conservation values that we see the council do prioritise conservation and see the benefits of biodiversity in the environment for prosperity, both commercially and for well-being of people. So thank you for that. I'd also just like to give a special thanks to Tyrone Fields, very supportive of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust and the initiatives that we do, and we really value the relationship that we have with the Christchurch City Council and the meetings that we have on a regular basis, both at a strategic level and operationally. Just a bit about the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and I will take the paper as read, so I won't go into specific detail that's in there, but Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust has been around for 24 years. It's a well-established trust. It's a very credible trust within our community. We've got around 35 staff. We're based out in a premises in Taitap, and we work across the peninsula, including Port Hills, on a number of different projects which are set out within the paper. The trust was born out of a relationship between local and regional council and landowners, and with its primary purpose to covenant land to protect it for conservation and biodiversity. And to that day, that remains the primary purpose of the trust. Habitat protection is our primary purpose, with 108 conservation covenants, which provide legal protection and increase biodiversity across the peninsula, and that has specific things like old remnant forest, or naturally uncommon ecosystems, and regenerating native bush, which you'll see as you drive across the peninsula, which just goes from strength to strength, which we're very proud of. Not to mention the pest control program, which David will talk in more detail, but the elimination of possums, goats, and pigs is our main priority at the moment. And that brings anything from more fruit on fruit trees to roses growing in people's gardens to biodiversity of native bush, which helps sequester carbon. The other success that I would highlight is the reintroduction of tui. So in the 1990s, it was believed that tui were locally extinct. They weren't on the peninsula any longer. To date, we continue to undertake ecologically led monitoring using scientists to track the growth of tui and other species within the area, and that's a real success and evidence of our hard work and what can happen with good relationships, funding and good strategy. So I will leave it there and leave the rest of the time for questions. We're really open to hearing what you may have to ask for us.
Yep, Tyrone.
Well, I haven't put my hand up yet, Your Worship, but yeah, I haven't. I'll allow my colleagues to come.
Okay, I
talk to them. I talk to Simon regularly.
Would anyone else like to have Kelly, please?
Yeah, you talked a little bit about the pest control. How big a problem is deer, or are deer becoming in Banks Peninsula? Because we heard from somebody that goats had been largely eradicated, but there's a growing deer problem. Are you aware of that?
Certainly, yep. Yeah, I'll give a summary and I'll let Marie get into specifics. But deer are a problem across the peninsula. So any feral ungulates they trample a lot and they cover a lot of ground. So they destroy the undergrowth of the forest. Deer have a particular issue because they're a species that people like to hunt as well. So we know that they're a pest, and we believe we know from science that there's benefits in removing them, but it will be one of the more challenging pests to remove. Because they're on land and people do like to hunt them, and they cause harm to the environment.
And they're cunning. They're hard to find. Oh yeah.
I mean, we certainly think we have a strategy around feral ungulates. You're right, feral goats have been eradicated from the peninsula, and we have an ongoing monitoring program to ensure farmed goats don't become feral goats. And the City Council was very much part of that project and invested in it, both in terms of dollars and staff resource. We're now working really closely around feral pigs. David will speak to that a little bit further. We've intentionally left feral deer to be the third ungulate issue to tackle. And that's for two reasons, probably. One, we're learning a lot around how to do the work. As we've done the goat project and now we're working on pigs, there are similarities. But as Simon says, it's the social license piece. You know, to be successful in eradicating or eliminating a species, you absolutely have to have community engagement. You have to have landowners allowing you on your land. You need the hunting community to engage or not engage in a particular way. And until you have that widespread community support, you won't be successful in eliminating the species. The community support piece for deer is much more challenging because venison is a far more attractive proposition for hunters and local farmers.
We've had reports in the last 2 or 3 days. In fact, a prominent local citizen was nearly taken out driving down from the hilltop down towards Devotional by 2 adult deer with very impressive antlers. And so asking our colleagues within the City Council Parks team about it, there are known herds of breeding deer in the southern bays and migrating across, as Simon was indicating. So it's an issue.
We also know they're an issue, it's a really significant issue in the southern Port Hills, putting pressure even into almost residential sorts of properties through Taitep and Horswell.
Yeah, because I guess it would be really complicated because I'm assuming there are some farmers who will want to absolutely eradicate them, but there'll be others who want to keep their land, a number of deer on their land to shoot privately with their mates, etc. Yeah, so I guess that's going to be a really tricky problem to address, and since they move about so much as well. Yeah.
Totally.
And I'd like to know where those stags were, by the way.
No, this is good discussion. Thank you, Kelly. Tyrone, please.
Kia ora. Thank you for your submission and put on the spot by the mayor, but it's good. I think, generally around this table, like I know for a fact that, the trust is very well supported. We know what great work that you do. But so we had the LTP last year and that kind of manifested through that in terms of grant funding and then the Environmental Partnerships Fund and that. So we're sort of, as a kind of a check-in as we move towards the next LTP, how are things sort of tracking along? Are there any ways that we can further support the trust, things that aren't quite clear, the way that we're supporting you, or just how we can sort of manage that relationship, improve that relationship in terms of funding or in support in kind or whatever?
Well, from a BPCT perspective, we can't state enough how much we value this relationship. We think the alignment with the Christchurch City Council biodiversity strategy and what we're trying to achieve through the ecological vision is really strong. A lot of our projects we talk about community-led and agency-supported, where the work we're doing is about meeting the biodiversity aspirations for our community, but it's very much aligned with what you have in your strategy documents and the funding support and also the operational support we receive on the ground from your staff, we couldn't value more. I mean, a good example that David will probably mention is with our pest-free program. In the last 2 weeks, we've had our team of staff working side by side with City Council rangers in Misty Peaks, your reserve. The amount of bait stations that have been put in there, the work that's been achieved through that collaboration, it really is supercharging what either entity would be able to do alone. So, really it's excellent, Tyrone. We really value it, and we just want to keep growing the relationship. Specifically, I did have a conversation with you and Sarah and Celeste around the next LTP and how our Covenant Habitat Protection program is funded. We received a grant through the Better Off grant scheme that has made a very big difference around how efficient we can be in meeting landowner demand to Covenant. We've got over the next 2 years.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
You're doing fine. David, would you like to launch into yours?
Well, yes, thank
done
you.
a bit of covering off of yours anyway, but far away, mate.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I feel like most of what I was going to say has already been alluded to in this earlier conversation. So I'm going to start with thank yous. First of all, thanks to Kathy and Jessica, who've enabled our 2 submissions to be presented side by side. It wasn't easy, and we didn't make it easy for them. If you could pass on our thanks for that, we'd appreciate it. Also, as he has been identified already, Tyrone, our elected representative. Yeah, it's all about Tyrone today. And Celeste, both of whom are on our program oversight group for Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. Pauline and Sarah, thank you for your continued support and active engagement as we move forward. And of course, Mr. Mayor, thank you for being the rock star figurehead of the Akaroa Possum Pulse.
Oh, yes.
Without which we wouldn't have had nearly the success we had. So we know we're among friends here, and we just so value
and
the
we
collaboration.
can all see
we've
the
had.
difference, as you said, when you drive over there, you're starting to see it happen. And if we have deer trampling it, and one of my favourites at the moment is Canada geese. If we can sort of
yes, please.
If you get them turned into a pest, and I think that's being worked on as we speak, it's going to make life so much easier. I just found out the other day they have a kilogram of waste comes out of a Canada goose every day.
Wow.
Yep. And yes, thank you for even suggesting that. Perhaps at the Devotional AMP show we could have a possum pie contest and a Canada goose cooking contest, just to try and boost that. But as has been said, you guys are brilliant in your support of biodiversity and conservation. We know all about the $60,000 grant that we get for our elimination program every year, and your continuing commitment to work on feral ungulates. The Feral Pig Committee pushed go on the pig elimination program this week on Tuesday after reviewing the feasibility work that we've done. So you've been a key partner for that with your grant of $200,000 over 2 years. And of course, this is just a contemporary reflection of the active partnership we've had since November 2018 on Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. And I want to make special mention to Alison Evans and Paul Devlin from your parks team. They are extraordinary and stalwarts, and we couldn't do what we do without them and their colleagues. We've talked about feral ungulates, and yes, we have eliminated feral goats from the True Peninsula, and we've got this feral pig program which came straight out of the feral goat program because we test methodologies as we go. I think one of the things I want to emphasise is that Pest-Free Banks Peninsula adds massive IP, intellectual property, to conservation movements. The technologies and the methodologies we've been using to eliminate feral goats, for example, hadn't been done before. But we've proven the methodology, we know it works. We know it can work for goats, and when the social license is established, we hope it'll be working as well for feral deer. The other thing I want to mention, because we're concerned about the longevity of our program. We know that central government funding is extremely unlikely after the end of June next year. Jobs for Nature has been cancelled. Predator-free 2050 New Zealand is facing significant cuts. So the seed I want to plant with you is, what do we do to ensure that, having reached the sunlit uplands of elimination and parts of the peninsula, we don't then go back down to the fog-filled gullies of reintroduction. And I hope that earns Pest-Free Banks Peninsula the Tortured Metaphor Prize for these hearings, Mr. Mayor. So we're looking to the future. We're using responsible and cutting-edge science to help us in our endeavours. But we're building something that needs maintenance going forward. I urge you to think on that. Finally, just some examples of our social capital that we're building. Knowledge transfer with Lincoln University. Loads of MAs and PhDs coming out of the work we're doing. We're, of course, a significant employer now on Banks Peninsula, employing local people. It's fabulous seeing school kids from Akaroa staying in Akaroa to work as rangers on the pest-free team, and sharing knowledge as we develop it in partnership with local runanga and projects like Tawhaki on biodiversity outcome monitoring. So this is just a thank you and the briefest update. I strongly commend the annual report of BPCT to you. It's got loads of detail. You'll see how embedded and how socially cohesive this project is, cementing the cohesion of our beautiful peninsula communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Tyrone, you got it? No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
I just want to actually recommend that annual report. It's actually stunning. It's just, it really blew me away. I really hope everyone can have a read of it. It's excellent. I'd really like you to come and present it to council actually one day.
We'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, it'd be worth it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So thank you, David. Great to see you here. What was my question? Oh, that's right. So you talked about sort of the broader funding environment and government cuts, unfortunately, with the 2050 program overall. Now, as Pest-Free Banks Peninsula kind of moves across the peninsula towards a pest-free Waitaha and making that connection into the wider Canterbury pest elimination program, what are the challenges? I mean, is that really in doubt that might be able to achieve that? Is that under threat itself?
Well, I think we can't take anything for granted, Tyrone, because it is resource intensive up to a point. I can see Marie wants to say something, but what I would just like to say is we want to avoid our collaborators becoming our competitors for a shrinking conservation dollar. It's of crucial importance that as we go towards pest-free Waitaha, that we're going on the same page, that we understand our linkages and that we're not in competition, it's part of a collaboration. So that'll be an important thing for the project oversight group, of which you're a member, to help ensure, I think, going forward. Marie.
Right, you are the last one before lunch, Celeste, please. Because we are 10 minutes late.
What they say. Thank you for coming in. And just in terms of your comments about the changes to the wider funding environment, sort of taking into account that we're very supportive and, it is far less efficient to kind of, if we're looking at continuing and holding the line, understanding where we can make, do that. You mentioned the funding that we have for those extra staff to do some of that work, which I think runs out in FY27. Would it be useful to get some information to look at where some of those changes will be coming through, that so that we can be proactive? So if the council was of a mind of making sure that there was funding in place for those people to stay on, we could look at that. That'd be useful.
Yeah, Celeste, are you referring to the team that's funded by Jobs for Nature within
That's
the
it,
city?
yeah. Yeah, so things like that, would that be useful for us to pick up and come back with some more information so we can start looking at that?
Well, I think certainly thinking about how you're resourcing your ranger team, absolutely, because we do, our reality is that post June 2026, there's going to be a significant funding gap from central government, and our ability to move onwards in the landscape, we're going to have to reconsider a funding model.
Yeah.
Every resource that any of our partners can add to effort on the ground, like your Jobs for Nature funded rangers, is absolutely assisting us to be more impactful and move forward. And in a retreating or reducing funding environment, it absolutely makes a difference. But it's probably an internal conversation for how the council's thinking about resourcing that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's really good. And
Sure.
so thank you so much for what you do. And thank you for letting Tyrone speak as many times as he did.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
everybody.
thank you. Well
Much
done.
appreciated.
Okay, guys, we will. It doesn't matter that we're having. We were going to have an hour for lunch, but we're going to have a wee bit less because it's Saturday and we don't need to be doing that much. But 12:35, please. time. So thank you for returning. We now have Michael Sweeney, please. Hello.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Start.
Far away.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, it's important to appreciate that the discussions, the negotiations and the agreements reached between us and the adjoining property at 48 Balmoral Lane have been ongoing since immediately following the earthquakes. In my submission, I referred to the initial agreement as being between ourselves and the council, but this is not correct. It was between us and Sarah, the council's predecessor. There was an on-site meeting shortly after the earthquake between us, our engineer, and Sarah's engineer to discuss the reinstatement of two very significant retaining walls that separated our properties and which provided privacy and protection between us. And if I could refer you to that couple of photographs that explains that. So that wall there,
yes,
was a retaining wall, and then behind that, that's the retaining wall that's in the other photograph.
Roger.
There was a retaining wall along the boundary between us, and that's the balance of number 48 house that you can see there.
Is that a wooden retaining wall, that second one?
It was. And then on top of it was a whole line of these trees. And the reason you can see that part of the house is because that's where our garage was before it was destroyed. So significant privacy, a huge amount of retaining area. And what happened was that the reinstatement of the two very significant retaining walls was talked about. Sarah's engineer said, if at all possible, we want to avoid retaining walls. It was then acknowledged that 48 was red zoned, and on the understanding that 48 would not be residentially redeveloped.
Sorry, is 48 the one at the top?
48 was the one at the top. 48's the area under discussion, Mr. Mayor. That 48 would not be residentially redeveloped. It was agreed to completely remove the retaining walls and hundreds of cubic metres of soil and create a low-lying batter. And the low-lying batter is that. And that. So that there was the retaining walls here. And that's just giving you an idea of the significance of that. So they were extremely happy, and there is the area with some of the soil being removed, but you'll note that those trees at the top of the retaining wall were still there. They were then completely removed to create that low-lying buffer.
And Sarah did all that?
The council did it as well. Right. I believe that the landscaping was done by the council, or certainly they provided the expertise to do so. We thought that was the end of the matter. But fast forward to 2022-23, and involved and time-consuming meetings and discussions took place to put in front of the council how the present situation arose following negotiations and agreements between us and Sarah. The result of those discussions, 22-23, is an email from the council of November 2023. Oh, sorry, wrong one. That says, in bold print from the council, so to confirm 48 Balmoral will not now be on the LTB consultation list. so completely removed from residential development, following me explaining to the council people that that's how it had arisen. It would not, in other words, council agreed it was bound by the agreement reached with Sarah and also accepted it would not be feasible or appropriate to reinstate the hundreds of cubic metres of soil or the retaining walls to return the boundary between us and 48 to its original state. I read it again in bold. You will be pleased to learn that the intervening months our review team has done this, so to confirm 48 Balmoral will not now be on the LTB consultation list. It would not be unreasonable to suggest that the long-term plan would inform the annual plan. And if 48 Balmoral was removed from the list of properties for potential disposal in the long-term plan, why would it now be included in the annual plan?
Mm-hmm.
Unlike many other areas for potential disposal, it is suggested that the circumstances around 48 Balmoral and our adjoining property are unique, and it would be fair and right if 48 was removed from the list to enable us to have quiet enjoyment of our property without any further stress over such a long period. In fact, Mr. Mayor and councillors, if you really wish to show you are a progressive council, which I believe you are, and fair-minded, then I invite you to declare 48 Balmoral Lane removed from the list of properties for potential sale here and now, and allow myself and my wife to walk away once and for all from the stress and uncertainty that has dragged on for 14 years.
Okay. Any questions? No.
We should respond to our abilities today, though.
We can't.
Yeah, but
we certainly look at it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, if we could get the information back on what's been raised and
Yes,
and then
it is on
come
the
back
list. I've just seen it. It is on the list, so that's for sure.
Brilliant. Okay.
Okay. No, that's right. Tim, must be in your area. No, not quite.
It's not in my area, no. So
Councillor
Balmoral,
Sarah. Where's Councillor Sarah?
Yeah.
Calling on you, Councillor Sarah.
So Balmoral at the end, you're number 50.
Yes.
So basically, there's only 3 properties there. There's vacant site, 52, and yourselves. Is that right?
No, there's one above. If you go to the
you're 46,
photograph,
which is on the other side.
That house there is 52.
Yeah.
That is from Glendevere.
So that's 46 or something.
No,
is it?
Glendevere Terrace.
Okay.
And we're in front of that bund.
Yeah.
So I'm so pleased you came in and talked about this. This is for information. We will go away and look at it.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for bringing it to
Thank you.
all of our attention. Thank you very much.
I don't have to hold my breath very much longer, Mr.
No, you
Mayor.
won't. No,
Thank
no.
you.
Hope not.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, mate. Right. Cody, please.
Thank you.
Haven't seen you since yesterday, mate.
It's just so exciting to be here. It's fine.
We feel the same.
Thank you. All right. Got a letter to the editor up there. It's a bit funny. I must be becoming a bit of an early boomer. Anyway, so kia ora koutou councillors, your worship. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I just wanted to talk about intensification, local infrastructure and community funding, particularly with a view on our southwest and in particular Hornby as well. Let's start with cycling. So if we compare this to how we build for cars, we've actually done things completely backwards. Imagine if we built the highways, but we never built the local roads. That's what we've done with cycling. We've built the major cycle routes, but there are almost no local connections to get many people to them. And I don't see any funding for those connections in this draft plan, and that's quite crazy to me. These MCRs have also suffered massive cost blowouts, especially when Kiwi Rail's involved. Yet I haven't heard anyone really publicly challenge that. That is unacceptable. The rail rot needs to stop. Councillors have said we want to focus our rates on projects that will actually be delivered. So I would almost question, why is Wheels to Wings included in this plan, while simple low-cost projects, like simply building the missing footpaths down Dunbar's Road that I asked for last year, or widening them for bikes, multiple people with family to use, get ignored. The cost for delivering these is so much less, and with much less risk. Residents actually want them. How many residents have said, year on year, where are our footpaths? Let's talk about Amherst Road in Hornby. It's falling apart, and it needs a full rebuild, not just a quick resurfacing where we chuck some layer on the top and then, gets all stuck in people's tyres. And we need to think about what kind of street this is becoming as well. There's a new development, around 40 homes, maxed 1, 2 and 3 bedrooms. There's no car parking, there's no garages. There's maybe 4 or 5 spaces for cars out the front. It's over 100 people, but there is nowhere for 100 cars. This is a spatial problem. Intensification is happening, and much of it is happening outside of council's control now. But what is in our hands is how we respond to it. We can't wait 5 or 10 years to figure this out, like we did with the Awatea Amherst Springs Road intersection. There just isn't the room to fit 100 cars, so we need to ask ourselves, what does a functioning, connected Amherst Road and the rest of our communities that are intensifying look like, not just today, but for what's clearly coming at us down the future? Bus services are infrequent, but bikes are coming back on buses, which is common sense. So let's think smart. Let's make South Hornby better connected to the rest of the city, and we'll start with Amherst Road. Probably one of the densest roads in the city, outside of the central. Finally, I just want to speak to community events like Hello Hornby. These aren't just fun. For many people, that's how we stay connected. And just like local sports fields, they're sometimes the only social connection that some people might have outside of work or school that week. If we cut funding for these events, we lose something vital to the fabric of our city. So I urge Council to keep supporting them. So I'll leave you with one question. Are you okay with discreetly funneling $40, $50, $60 million to KiwiRail to address a fanciful 1 in 1,003 year risk, while at the same time talking about cutting essential services that our community value the most, like major events? Ngā mihi.
Thank you. Mark.
Thank you. Your reference to Amy's Road there, you're aware now that it's up for a rebuild instead of any resurfacing?
Yes, and I support that.
And you'd be keen for us to look at future-proofing that while it's being done, I'm sure.
Well, I think it's common sense that we would actually look at what is the intended use of that road in the future, rather than coming through and redoing it again. We know that we've seen, particularly in the development contributions, and I didn't talk to it yesterday, about $50 million worth of asset renewals under that active transport line. Because we're doing a bit of a mix at the same time, right? We're actually saying, hey, here's the new cycleway, and we're going to do the pipes, and we're going to do the road, and every other thing at the same time. We should be thinking about that now, rather than ripping it up again in the future.
Very good. And I heard you talk about missing footpaths as well. You'd be aware of the number of missing footpaths, like Main South Road, Woolworths Corner, Springs Road, down to the motorway, those sorts of things that the community really screams out for.
That's a real problem, but what I struggle with is we're paying, ever more with rates, sure, but as earlier submitters also said, we're paying a lot more actually for development contributions, and I've got no visibility to my community to be able to tell them when are those footpaths coming. We just don't know.
Yep.
It's a lot of money, and I think if, I said to my partner, for example, hey, I want to go and drop 50 million bucks, she'll say, what for?
Yep.
We have to justify the spending if we're collecting that money.
Yep. Also heard you mention briefly there the Awatea Amy Springs intersections. What are your thoughts around that? Is it something we should be putting on as a priority to try and catch up on that?
Again, so we've got a big challenge in our district. That road has traffic increasing rapidly, and it's actually not for the large part because of Christchurch residents. It's people coming from outside our city They don't pay rates here, and so with that kind of sprawl outside of our district, we have to pay for all of that. Yeah, I support it needs doing, but what I really would not like to see is that we do half of that intersection just like Deans Ave. We need to make sure that if we're going to do that one, again, we do it once and we do it right. We need to have probably, we need to make a common sense decision where we actually just build it and we build it once. You wouldn't have Church Corner, right? And I'm not talking about the controversial part, I'm talking the other one where it's got 2 sets of lights. You wouldn't do that in 2 parts. No. You just can't.
Thank you. Thank you, Cody, for coming in. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Okay, Harrison, who has got 15 minutes.
I've got some light reading material for you.
Yeah.
Just that the...
Harrison, Sam will
Just acknowledging that the one that was in the document handed out can be a little bit difficult to read sometimes. So I will take the submission as partially read, but we'll still work through it together. I'd like to start with a quote from Michelle C. Martinez, former city councillor from Santa Ana, California. It is every elected official and public servant's responsibility to ensure we have systems in place to help cities meet the need of their most vulnerable citizens. And I'll also note that I'm going to be splitting this between my personal submission at the end and Greater Watatahi's submission now. So, in response to the questions levelled during the consultation process, we give the following answers. So, for question 1 about the proposed average rates increase, while it's all well and good to point out that rates increases are not necessarily beneficial, as many people have come in here, it's also very much worthwhile pointing out that an underfunded city is a city that will struggle to meet the needs of its citizens. And that is just as important in the balance of deciding a rates increase as the rates increase itself. So underfunding council to the tune of it not being able to do its work and not being able to meet the levels of service that it needs to provide or the projects it's scheduling is fundamentally unacceptable if we are discussing this in the context of we just want to cut rates. The vision that we have for Christchurch is a city that's sustainably and equitably funded, and that we have the capacity to build and to maintain the infrastructure required to support a growing city and its residents. We don't think that this idea of a rates cut is necessarily a good idea in that sense. There are a lot of items on line budgets, there are a lot of programs on the line budgets that are going to be unfunded or pushed back, when in the context of what needs to happen in the next few years especially, those are critical items. We're also concerned about the PC14 process, and some may have seen I gave comment, not personally as an organisation, to the press, but the basic concept of rating comes down to the number of rating units. The more rating units you have in a dense space, the better that mitigation is going to be for rates increases. The longer we put off housing intensification and the lower our density is for our rating units, the more it's going to keep hurting. And the more we keep growing and building infrastructure out and out and out, the longer term, the higher the risk and the long term will be that this council will find itself in the same place Houston has found itself in, where it bought into the growth scheme and now it's bankrupt because they can't afford to maintain the physical assets that they built to support that growth. So they grew and they grew out, and now they're at the point where the mayor of Houston is coming out and saying, we simply cannot pay for this infrastructure we've already built. They received the subsidies, they took the subsidies, and now they can't pay for it. We cannot allow ourselves financially as a city to get to that point where we have to turn around to residents and say, sorry, we can't fix your pipes because we can't afford it. We can't fix your roads because we can't afford it. We are pushing those boundaries now physically for the size of our rating base. We are half as dense as Auckland, and Auckland internationally is below most other cities of its size in terms of density. So we need to really reconsider that. It was a bit disappointing to see the PC14 motion pass and that be put off till 2026. I understand the reasonings for that, but again, there needs to be a priority on that. If we flick to question 2, the Wheels to Wings. Wheels to Wings is a bit of an interesting one would say, MacGuffin almost in the line items, that it's still there, it's not really funded, it's been taken for other things. There are core parts of the Wheels to Wings corridor that need improvement regardless of whether the whole project goes ahead. Bishopdale Roundabout, Breens, Greers and Gardeners, Breens, Gardeners and Herwood Road lights, and the Greers and Herwoods intersection, as well as some significant crossings along the route that are actually needed. So it really comes down to this balance now of that we should be looking, rather than building the entire thing in 3 sections, it should actually be broken out into much more sections, and we build the safety improvements first before we actually get to the point where we need to say, okay, now we can link them up. Because there are significant issues with crossing in that area. Herwood Road is a busy road. You heard that yesterday from Herwood School. It is a very busy road. I use it commuting to and from work, so I am actually part of that traffic. So it's very clear to me when I'm commuting on that route that it is busy and it is not very accessible for people outside of a car. So even if council does decide not to work forward on the full plan, there should be serious consideration given to the major crossings and points on that route to facilitate better things. Cycling in the kind of Herwood, Bishopdale area and that side of town has dropped up to 30% across censuses. So between the last census and the census released this year, that's a 30% decrease in the number of people who reported they were using active modes to get to work. The Lincoln Road, Curlitz Rights public transport projects, they need to be prioritised. ECAN is currently moving forward with the plan to basically put the Route 7 on turn up and go. That is, we're ratepayers in two authorities, right? We're ratepayers at ECAN, we're ratepayers here. If we're paying rates at ECAN, they're putting forward into a project that then isn't supported on the other hand and fails, that's a waste of money. So there needs to be communication and consensus across the board that when ECAN is looking at something or when City Council is looking at something, it's reciprocal and the funding is there to make sure that that project is done holistically and without delay. So putting this off and while waiting for a provisional business case from NZTA that probably doesn't have much of a chance of passing is really not going to work. It's going to delay that implementation of that service, and it's going to impact the congestion on Lincoln Road more by continuing to make it a basically car-only thoroughfare in that middle section. Cody touched on this, but we also believe that there should be a lot more funding going to new footpaths, especially in the southwest and in the kind of northeast as well, as there's a lot of places that are very disconnected if you're trying to walk somewhere. That's just not good enough. That's an amenity that the community needs in those new subdivisions and in the connections. They need those amenities built so that they can actually get places without having to rely on ownership of a vehicle. My grandmother's about to move into a retirement home and it's in St Albans. She is well connected in that area. If she was somewhere else, I would be concerned for her ability to get around without those kinds of amenities. The next one is that we're sort of a bit worried about some of the reporting processes around line items in this. There seems to be a lot of vague kind of posturing around these programs happening, but then when asked, we can't really define what's actually in them. So PT Futures is a big one that we saw missed out on the business case was reported a couple of weeks ago. And that was just simply kind of a bit of a nail in the head of, well, what was the point in the business case if it never worked? What did we spend that money on? And what did it produce? And the answer was that we couldn't really determine much out of that. We had issues with acquiring the cycleway funding data. So we got an OIA back for that. And I'd just like to table that the council has received on average at least for every project related to cycle infrastructure it's submitted to NCTA, 51% co-funding. So half of all the cycleways, half of the funding for cycleways at least, and it goes well over 80% for some of the bigger ticket items, was funded by NZTA off the bat. So when we're looking at line items talking about cycleway infrastructure, we need to consider that if they've been delayed or pushed back, we've potentially lost out on up to 80% of funding for those projects. So that's just simply not good enough that we were delaying that and posturing on that. That needed to happen when we were getting co-funding from NZTA. We've now since lost that ability to get co-funding, and that falls squarely on the ratepayer now. Right, and finally, kind of the last two things in transport we want to see is that when road renewal is being done, there are really kind of an international set of guidelines around road safety kind of build-outs and those kinds of things. When we're getting roads rebuilt and resurfaced, can we get some of those traffic mitigation measures put in as part of that process instead of coming back and approving them later or them just being thrown in? It's like Sturrock Road was renewed in Redwood, and in that process it was put back in exactly as it came out. However, at the far end of Starks Road, a new subdivision has gone in, and there is now a lot more traffic coming through that road. It now crosses the Northern Line major cycle route, but nothing has been done to change that environment. It's still the same as it was when it went in, and that was probably last century it went in, and that was just renewed as is. No discussion was taken as to whether or not the road environment could be improved for all users when it was renewed. That's something that we think should be considered during that renewal process. And finally, on transport, we've got a list of things, but you can read that on your own time. You've been handed an MRT business case from ECAN. That cannot sit untouched and unloved, right? That must become a priority around this council table to further that business case to completion and to funding. Because when we're talking about intensification, we're talking about the growth of our city, we talk about a spine. We do not have the correct kind of way to funnel people through that spine. We are not going to do anybody any good 20, 25 years from now. Because ultimately, council has a duty not just to the people now, but to the future of the city. You are holistic thinkers, you are future thinkers. You have to be willing to put a little bit of your mana and your reputation into works that you may not see the results of around this table. Otherwise, we are pretty much across the board. There are a few things that we don't have a statement on because they fall outside of our organisation's advocacy. Otherwise, we agree that we should continue to fund things like our Three Waters and our parks and our services. Those are key important community assets. We agree that not only should we be rating for renewals, we should be doing it at a much higher rate than we're proposing. If this is an exponential saving, as in it grows the more we put in, then we need to be thinking about how we can do that, right? We can't continue to rely on debt to renew, because that's basically paying the groceries off of your credit card. We can't do that. And finally, I think just for the last part of this, and then I'll get into my submission, will be that there really has to be a better way to reduce rates than cutting services. I've discussed housing intensification. There's also land value rating. There are leveraging more out of our assets. There are options across the board that are more sustainable and more appreciable than let's cut services to cut rates. Because we do understand that there is a certain burden that every individual can take on with a rate, their rates, right? It's not infinite. Not everybody has the ability, especially not in this economy. But when it's structured, one, around capital on a property, like physical capital on a property, and then two, structured in a way that we leave major sites that are undeveloped just out in the cold, and they're not touched by the city vacant differential because they are still counted as a building, but there's nothing on them and they don't actually contribute to the rating base of the city. That is something that needs to be investigated seriously, that those kinds of properties are actually just basically being subsidised by the council to exist in their form. And as the ratepayers, we're paying for that subsidy because they're not paying for it. Otherwise, I think everything else in here can be taken pretty much as read. And I'll just switch over to my personal submission now. I personally think that this whole rating gimmick is a bit of an election year plug. The idea that we're going to cut rates by moving capital forward from last year's annual plan, whilst we're sitting on debt and interest rates and the global economy is not at all stable, I don't think that's entirely sensible. There is a certain degree to which, one, we can argue, yes, we should be trying to keep a cap on rates, but at the same time, if part of the reason our rates are fluctuating is because we're paying interest, insurance, and inflation, then we should be working for ways to mitigate those payments, and that should mean paying down debt as fast as possible. If we have extra capital left over from previous years and it's not going forward into capital programs now, it should be being used to ensure that we're in a better financial situation. We've just watched percentage points being dropped off of international markets over the last week on the basis of decisions that are completely out of our control. Are we going to mitigate that risk, or are we going to allow ourselves to just go with the flow if the OCR goes back up and banks decide that interest rates need to stay high and our insurance premiums keep going? Mr. Mayor, you spoke at the Residence Forum about taking on the insurance burden of Te Kaha and Parakiore in the next couple of years. That's going to be massive. We need to be looking at ways we can mitigate that. And that is just generally that we need to be focusing on that. In transport, we need to see more work around local cycle networks. We need to see more work progressing on kind of equity in those networks, because it's good enough to say that there are good cycling connections around here. I cycled from St Albans into town, and it was only when I got to about Chewham Street that I started to have to ride on the road where there wasn't a shared path or I wasn't kind of in a shadowed space. But if I was to ride to the east of the city, I wouldn't get that treatment necessarily, especially the northeast. If I was to go beyond the kind of major cycle route network, you can start to find very, very big gaps where there is not enough infrastructure to support those things. And whilst paint on a road does have some impact on the way drivers drive, it has no impact on the result of a crash. There is a 0% risk reduction between paint on a road and a car hitting a cyclist. It is just that it will either hit them or not. And I'm sure if you cycle in the city, you will have seen drivers dipping in and out of bike lanes as they please. It's simply that we just need to be building the kind of infrastructure. We operate on what's kind of like an American style model of traffic kind of mitigation, that it's up to the driver and the behaviour of the driver to prevent accidents. We need to be looking more at a European style of mitigation, which is where we actually build the environment to suit what we want. Because if we continue to say it's up to drivers to avoid accidents, well, there are some pretty bad drivers in the city. And we can't just allow people's lives to be put at risk because we accept that some people might be bad drivers, right? We need to be proactive and we need to be considering ways to physically stop that problem from happening. Right. And I've got one second.
No, good time. But Sam had his hand up early for one question.
Thanks. Always good to see you. Can you just explain to me, sorry, and I may have misunderstood it, just what you meant around the capital comments?
Which one's the moving of the capital funding forward from last year's budget into this year's budget to reduce rate?
Yeah.
I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity when we're talking about if we have funding that has been allocated to projects and then is suddenly spare, and the first thing that we look at is let's push rates down. I think the way I understand it is it's a bit like saying I have $200,000 in debt and I've got $2,000 left over from my spending last year, so I won't work in January. I'll just stay unemployed for January and I'll start working in February, when you could be taking that money and putting it aside elsewhere. I understand that this economy does put pressures to keep rates down.
I guess what I was trying to get to was, because I get what you're saying, which is good. The challenge we've got is it's the deliverability of the capital program. So what kind of happens, and we might get the team to meet with Greater Otatahi as well, just to talk through it, because it'd be good to understand. But the challenge is we're not spending it, we're just not borrowing money, which was another one of your points. So I was just keen to understand how that connects up. Yeah.
So it's, I think you're right about the deliverability aspect, is that there is certainly moments where we see that council commits to things around this table and then struggles to deliver them at the end of the day. And if it is debt that is being just not taken on, then that's excellent, right? If that was just say we're not taking on debt, right? But if it is assigned capital that's generated through rates and you have it sitting in the piggy and it comes to the end of the year and it's just being used to push down rates in the next year, well, then why are we not looking to complete that deliverability? And why, if we can't complete that deliverability, what are we going to do with it? Are we going to give it back, or are we going to put it forward as debt? I think, this is my personal position, is that we should be looking to reduce the debt overhead that council has in light of the global economic situation.
Right, so you're talking more about the surplus as opposed to the capital program.
Yeah. Okay,
right,
I may have confused
Okay,
those
no,
two.
I'm all good.
Real good.
Yep,
Yeah,
thanks.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming in.
Also,
great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Erin, please.
Hi.
Hello.
Mr Mayor and City Councillors. This is the second time I have come here to speak on behalf of the hundreds of ratepayers, residents and businesses who are being affected by and do not want the Wheels to Wings cycleway in the format that has been passed by a majority of this council. We feel we aren't being listened to, and we know that the councillors that are pushing this campaign to carry on, and they carry on regardless of what we say. In 2010, the then council had a vote of putting a cycleway down Herwood Road. That council, in its wisdom, put aside that plan because of the volume of traffic using the road. Well, we've lived on Herwood Road for over 20 years, and the traffic volume down there has grown exponentially over that time. So I seriously question part of this current council for their decision making and the total lack of foresight, unlike your predecessors, who had used common sense and didn't go any further. at all the meetings and the Facebook flack that they go on, the children biking to school was used as one of the priorities to get the cycleway done. Well, admittedly, we have 3 primary schools, Bishopdale, Isleworth and Cotswood, plus 2 intermediate schools, Casebrook and Breens, plus 1 high school, Burnside High. But all these mentioned schools are on either the north side or the south side of the dual carriageway. So if the children are crossing over Herwood Road to school, they are out of their zone. So using school children as a point of view doesn't fly at all. The same follows with any cyclists that work at the airport or surrounding businesses, which was another thing that was put forward as a reason for the cycleway. At the moment, they bike down where they go now. They go down Memorial Avenue, Russley Road, Waireki Road, Sawyers Arms Road, Herwood Road. It would depend on where they work because the airport area now is huge. And they certainly don't need a wheels to wing cycleway to get there. The cycleway shouldn't be built to accommodate the weekend cyclists who want a quick access to McLean's Island and other amenities. On the other hand, the traffic lights at Breens Road and the cycleway to access the railway line bike track is great. That was well done. On Herwood Road, we have 4 churches, a charity hospital, 6 aged care facilities, 2 shopping malls, Bishopdale and Parkside, 1 hotel, 6 other shopping areas, Trafford Street shops, Herwood, Harris Crescent Dairy, Copenhagen Bakery, Fruit and Veggie Shop, Mega Mitre 10, and 2 takeaways by a servo. 2 sports parks that are crowded over the weekends, and that's parking and everything, it's packed. A children's playground called the Elephant Park. 2 service stations, a doctor's rooms, a dentist, and the Herwood Vets. And on an hourly basis, multiple buses, trucks, and emergency vehicles. A lot of the mentioned businesses are on the dual carriageway because of easy access and parking. When they built there, they knew what they were getting because these roads were built in the 1950s and 60s. And it blows my mind that the amount of traffic lights that are planned for the Bishopdale roundabout, it's mental, absolutely mental. I haven't got this written down here, but it was put forward in one of the meetings that people coming down from the nursing homes will walk across, they will go past my place, they'll go over a traffic light, they will stop in the centre, then they'll go over another traffic light, then they'll walk right through the roundabout, go over another traffic light, get to that bit, go over another traffic light and get into the shopping centre at Bishopdale. That's madness. There is no way. At the moment, they come down, they walk around the corner, they go down opposite Ma Baker's, they cross over there, hunky-dory. There is no way. That's making them walk 3 times longer than what they do now. So using that was just totally bizarre to me. Spending for up to $35 million for this cycleway is just ridiculous, and I don't know how you can justify the expense and how so that you can pat yourselves on the back. We live in a democratic society, so how does it a handful of councillors, and yes, we know who you all are, override the majority of ratepayers and residents that you are being paid to serve? I will be doing my utmost to make sure that every person gets out and votes to stop the insanity of these ugly, obtrusive cycleways across Christchurch. I don't know what else to say to convince you councillors to totally abort the cycleway other than to say that it's a huge mistake and isn't wanted in this form at all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You've used all the time up. There's two questions. One from Tyler, please.
Kia ora, Erin. Thank you so much.
Hi there.
Just got a quick question around Herwood School. They came in yesterday
and
asked for a raised pedestrian crossing to help the school kids get across the road.
Yep.
Are you in support of that?
Yep, but there again, you've got to be so careful because it is so close to John's Road. And I don't know whether you should go through and drive there. When you drive off there and you come on, if you put too much there, it's okay if it's done, or if there's traffic lights put there or something, if it's done at the time the children need it. But you've got it, that block up of traffic there would be horrendous. You can't, these people who drop their kids off at school, the majority of those children do not walk to school. They get dropped off. I go down there when they're being dropped off. So really, the kids, if you're in a car and you're driving from where I live in Bishopdale and you drive down, you're on the right side of the road. I know that if I was there and I wanted to keep my kids safe, I would drop them off the right side of the road. I wouldn't expect them to walk across a busy road. That road is only going 50 k's. It could slow down to 40 k's if necessary at school times, like all the other school ones do. So it's just, you've got to put it in perspective. It is on the right speed. Put it down to 40 k's to stop it. But I don't know about the race bit.
Thank you. That's good.
Okay.
And lastly, for this lot, Sarah, please.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to clarify, because you've mentioned councillors and voting records and those kind of things, and I'm just wondering if you're aware of what the last vote was, because we've already decided to defer most of the wheels to wings, but it was your local councillor who put forward the motion to go ahead with the first stage.
Yeah, that first bit, that's exactly what I said. That bit where it's coming out not far from the railway lines and then going over the railway lines so that the children coming through that way link up to get to Papineau High School. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. It's the abortion that they were doing right down the rest of the road.
But you know it's already been deferred.
The whole lot has it been cancelled or just deferred?
Deferred for 3 years.
3 years. No,
and that was what your local councillor put forward.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. I thought is it not in the annual plan? Wasn't the deferral in the draft annual plan?
Yeah. And but yeah.
Oh, so it's
I'm just
all
saying,
done.
there
Why
was
are we having
confusion
hearings?
about what she was submitting on that.
we can all
Thank you
go.
very much.
We don't need hearings, seriously.
Righto. Thank you.
I just wondered, because it sounded like she's advocating for it to be deferred, but it already had been.
Thank you,
it was a lack
Erin,
of communication.
for making the time to come in.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, is Philippa there, please?
See, Melanie's going because it's already done.
Yeah.
Hello, Philippa. How are you?
Can we concentrate on Philippa now that we can get over that wee speed hump?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for all coming in on a Saturday to hear our submissions. Much appreciated. My name's Philippa Joyce Drayton. I'm born and have lived in Christchurch for over 40 years and have been a resident of Diamond Harbour since 2004 and a batch holder in that area since 1968. My late husband was also a keen historical supporter, and he was chair of the local historical association, and he was resident of Diamond Harbour for over 50 years. I'm a financial life member of Heritage New Zealand, secretary of the Diamond Harbour Historical and Districts Historical Association, and I also volunteer at Manson Cottage Museum at Orton Bradley Park. I'm in full support of the business case for Te Aka, the Littleton Museum, and completely support the application for funding of the museum by the Christchurch City Council. You can see from what I've said already, I'm passionate about history. I'm also passionate about whole community access to our histories. I want to reinforce 3 things from my written submission. First, history is the anchor of our society, and Te Aka Littleton Museum is an anchor project in Littleton. The collections that have been entrusted to the museum are important for visitors to the area and locals to view. Crucially, the museum is also a repository for local material, local stories, voices, themes and artefacts, as well as being a space for research and reflection. As an entity, Littleton Museum complements other Canterbury museums, namely the Air Force and the Canterbury Museum. Rebuilding the Littleton Museum and providing a space to tell local stories such as Mana Whenua, Antarctica, Littleton's maritime history, and as a gateway to colonial Canterbury is crucial to the culture and identity not only of Littleton and the Whakaropo Harbour Basin, but also to the wider regions of Canterbury and Banks Peninsula. It's not until one is in a physical space that much the local histories make sense, and for that reason, Littleton Museum and its rebuilding is important. Second, whole community access. All communities need space to document, celebrate and share in the stories that have shaped and continue to shape to the future the peoples and cultures that are unique to that area. It's about community. Access, for many it is easier and much less threatening and intimidating and more accessible to engage with a small local museum or local library for that matter, witness their roles. It's not just about turanga. Access also, telling local community stories, not just Littleton, but all the bays of Whakaropo and the peninsula. The Diamond Harbour and Districts Historical Association also fully supports this project and looks forward to the day when we can visit our museum as a physical space and explore those stories ourselves. The Littleton Museum has done well so far with the on-site cabin and pop-up events, but the communities need a physical space for those stories. Third, the Christchurch City Council has a moral and actual responsibility, not only because other avenues have dried up with recent changes to government funding, but because it's such an important cultural and social building. In contrast to the types of sporting spaces that have already been and are being built in the city. The proposed building is a replacement for the council-owned facility that was demolished after the Canterbury earthquakes, and that space is sorely needed and wanted by locals. So I urge you, councillors, to support this application for the funding for the rebuilding of Te Oaka Littleton Museum, and thank you for your time.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Tyler, please.
Kia ora, Philippa.
Kia ora.
You'll know that we're currently going through the same process with the Canterbury Museum, and I'm wondering, would you be able to sort of highlight a bit more about the points of difference between the Canterbury Museum and Te Uaka? Your proposal?
So obviously the Canterbury Museum has a much wider view, and therefore it can only touch lightly on elements that are going to be really specific to Littleton and the peninsula and to the harbour basin. So I think that it's that much tighter focus that is one element, and that's, you'll have seen in the themes that I and the Historical Association and the Littleton Museum folk have put in their submissions. Second, it is that point of accessibility. The Tuaka Littleton Museum is going to be much, much smaller than the Canterbury Museum, and it's much easier to go into something small and local and really take away a huge amount. I've just come back from Cambridge in the North Island. It's a 2-room museum and I got so much out of it. People come to the Manson Cottage at Orton Bradley Park. I urge you to do so. We're only open when people like myself volunteer at it. But it's 1 room, but you can learn so much because you don't feel, oh, what am I going to choose? What am I going to get around? What am I going to miss out on? And it's that's why I compared it to a local library.
Thank you, Philippa. That's very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good on you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, Margaret, please.
Hello. Kia ora koutou. I'm Stephen Hardman. Margaret was going to do the presentation, but she's been sick this week and got a raspy voice, so I said I'd do the presentation. And so I'm Stephen Hardman, one of the trustees at Ferrymead Trust. Margaret, who many of you know, is a director of the Park Company and a trustee, and Ian France is a director of the Park Company and also the general manager. So what I'm going to do is just give an overview of what our presentation is, and hopefully there'll be 4 or 5 minutes for some questions as well, because I'm sure you've got lots of questions. We really welcome the opportunity to present today, and thank you for your time and for this opportunity. We really appreciate that. And we fully support both the draft annual plan and the long-term plan, and we very much feel that we could be a part of that. But we also are conscious of the financial constraints, the 3 I's in the Mayor's introduction to the plan, and so we know that there are harsh decisions to be made. In the past, we've gone for funding yearly each time, and this time we're actually looking to hopefully become a line item in council. Historically, the Ferrymead Park and the Trust, it's safe to say, has probably lurched from year to year for many years. And that resulted in the BDO report that was commissioned 2 or 3 years ago. It made major recommendations of what we should do. Over the last 18 months or so, we've made serious changes at the back of that report, particularly over strengthening governance, strengthening the visitor experience, and also engaging more externally. I think in the past it's been a bit internal, so we're becoming more expansive across the community as well. And what I thought I'd do is very briefly go through the community outcomes in the long-term plan, the 4 of them, and how we feel that Ferrymead can contribute to these. So the first one is the collaborative and confident city. And the collections, the heritage collections in the park are phenomenal. And quite often, lots of people don't know about them. I'm a historian by trade, and these are incredible collections. And what we're doing is working much more on making them accessible and also seeking separate funding to preserve them as well. Also, connections, I think, is part of a collaborative city. It's these connections that we make with societies, with visitors, and the programs we run. And one particular that I think is fairly unique to us is an intergenerational connections. We have a lot of older volunteers with these skills that are disappearing, completely disappearing. And we run workshops with school children to learn these skills. And also younger volunteers, and it's that intergenerational exchange which I think is so important for well-being and community well-being, which is what we do very, very well. And I'm not going to say we do education, I think we do lifelong learning rather than structured education, which is much more innovative, and I think as an educator it's much more effective. A cultural powerhouse, I think it goes without saying, these collections are not only regionally important but nationally, and in terms of Antarctica, international. We are working on becoming much more bicultural and multicultural, which is, I think, what we've failed in the past. We've got plans in place, and Ian's working on this currently. And that's not going to be an overnight fix. We're not that naive. And we're also partnershiping, that's the word, with other cultural heritage organisations as well. So the Canterbury Museum, the Air Force Museum, and so on. And also, we're keen to work with the smaller museums like the previous speaker. A thriving and prosperous city. The visitor experience is improved, and we're also in a position, I think, to attract a lot of international tourists to come to Christchurch purely for the collections. We're getting a lot of these collections online. So only last month, there was somebody who came over specifically from Germany to look at the fire engines. And the more we get online, the more we can attract international visitors to Christchurch. Also events as well. We're doing more events, getting people from out of the region into Christchurch. And an area that we've done in the past, I think there was one feature film a few years ago. So it's a film set as well, which we're keen on getting external funding for outside of Christchurch. And we've also got, we're renting out something, I don't know what it is, for a film set somewhere in the South Island. So we've got a lot of this historical equipment. Also a green and livable city. And again, this is something that we're going to look at in terms of the sustainability of the environment. So in summary, I think, yes, we've lurched from year to year, but over the last 18 months, we believe we've created a very, very stable foundation. And with Christchurch City's help, we're hoping that we can move towards a sustainable, and I mean financially sustainable, and a vibrant future, which we believe does align with the 4 community outcomes in the long-term plan. Thank you. So, any questions?
Yeah, I'd just like to, as General Manager, I've been the General Manager since the 1st of November. I was thrown, using the sports analogy, the hospital pass to take over, and I thought it was a hospital pass. What I've actually got to realise in the last 6 months, that both the structure and foundations are in place in terms of what we're doing. But that's actually starting to be backed up by the results we're actually achieving. We're 11% up in terms of general admissions for this financial year so far, and that you go think that's reasonably steady. But when you consider for 3 months of this financial year we were closed, the numbers are pretty staggering in terms of what we're getting. So in February we were 47% up in general admissions, and in March we're up of 40% in admissions as well. We are exploring lots of different avenues in terms of income. You know, we had Miriam Margolis from Harry Potter fame on site for nearly a week doing filming, and the old Ice Cream Charlie truck. And there's some good money and it's on the East of Eden mini-series for all of about 15 seconds. But, you know, again, we're just tying into all these different things. We've also got a proposal out to all the cruise ship handlers and also to the hotels, which we're all doing as well. So I suppose that's the point. I mean, I think it's been dormant, the park, for many years, but we're actually starting to see the results which we need to get. I liken it the BDO report. You know, it told us what we needed to do. We've listened, and we've done what the BDO report has asked us to do, and it has been backed up by the results that we're having and what we're continuing to get going forward. So, you know, that's just a view from a general manager who, the last time I went there, I was about 5. So again, it's about getting more people in there and actually understanding what it is. If you've been to one of our night markets, you'll see that the atmosphere is something quite special to actually be there. And we've got more and more of those kind of events planned going forward to be an asset to the ratepayers in Christchurch.
Okay, so I've got 3 questions. Now, I'll just ask first, you shut down for 3 months in the winter. Are you going to do that every year?
No, we're
There was
not.
some talk of doing that.
Yeah, so no, it was one-off. One of the things we have done is we want to make it an even experience for visitors going forward. So we've actually we've changed our general admission days open from Thursday till Sunday. So we've always got a tram running. So people that are coming are going to get the same experience on every day.
Okay.
But, you know, we're open, so the school holidays start on Monday, so we're open every day. And we're also open every day for the school groups that actually come through. So as an example, we've had nearly 1,000 children through in the first term to be involved in our education program. The whole role of Fendleton School actually came through in a 3-week period. And
that's good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tyler, please.
Kia ora, team.
Oh, yeah.
I have to say I was one of the sceptics when the BDO report came in, and I'm really excited and happy to see the changes in the restructuring. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask a question around other models around the country and about what they do. Do you have any understanding of what other councils are doing with their heritage parks, like Sanders Park?
Yeah, I'd like to. Can I speak to that? Just we've had I had our marketing manager up to the place up in Nelson, and just seeing what they're doing. Fortunately, they're very fortunate in that they're fully funded by council, but very similar experiences being offered in terms of what we're doing, and we have a close alignment with the Howick site in Auckland as well. So we're developing channels to kind of do very similar things which are working. And of course, we've just seen the recent response from the Auckland Council towards MOTAT. So yeah, interesting.
Thank you very much. Good. Celeste, please, and then Pauline. That's it.
I just want to say I've been to 4 events there in the last year, and it's actually quite phenomenal. And one of the favourite parts of those trips is actually talking to the volunteers that operate out of that space. Have you had much to do with ECAN around the public transport part and Christchurch and Z around that kind of tourism bit?
We've had some quite a bit of discussion. I think one of the challenges, I think we've put that in the in our response to the annual plan, is that we would really like to get more transport accessibility to the park. If we could get the Route 8, for example, to stop on Ferrymead Park Drive, that would really help widen our appeal to a much more diverse community, and also it would help bringing schools in, because many schools have really struggled with the cost of transport to bring in coaches, but if they're able to come on the bus, that would be good. So that's something that we have raised and looked at that, and we've had ongoing discussions with Christchurch NZ and also with the gondola, and to see if there's ways we can sort of work in with that so that we can improve the accessibility, because walking down that road, it's doable, but it's not the safest of roads, and so we want to make sure that it's accessible, safe for everybody.
Beautiful. Thank you. Pauline.
Thank you. I was going to ask about the school children, and you mentioned them. Is that the ministry's program that you lost?
Yeah.
One that was funded by the ministry. Yeah. So you started that again.
We haven't got funding from the ministry. We understand the ministry is coming out. Again, there'll be an opportunities this year on that, but it was a 3.5-year program. We didn't get funding, neither did Canterbury Museum, actually, at the last ministry, but we decided that we would look at it. We felt that we had such a unique program for schools that we would develop that, and we've actually increased, had to put in charges to make it sustainable, and their aim is to break even if we can on that education program. The challenge we have is that some schools, some of the lower decile schools, find that more difficult when there are charges put on, but we've been very successful in terms of maintaining that program, and are seeing increased numbers of schools coming in. I think I did put in a letter of support from other schools. It's just illustrative of the what they get out of the educational program.
That would be a perfect thing, dare I say it, for Rata to fund the lower decile schools?
Well, I'd answer that. We had a meeting with Rata, Millie from Rata, yesterday.
Good work.
On the park, and that was exactly, with their change in focus to equity. That was one of the key discussions we actually have had.
Fingers crossed. And just quickly, the other question I had was Nelson, fully funded by their council. Do you know how much that money is?
I don't know. No, sorry, but it is. They've got a number of people working full time there, but it's primarily driven by volunteers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in on Saturday.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. You're on the upward trajectory.
It was good news.
Okay, Peter, please. Good to see you again, Peter. You have 15 minutes, mate.
10 for Beckenham and 5 for me.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Please excuse my slightly odd speech. I'm a bit short of teeth at the moment.
That's right.
Firstly, on behalf of BNA, thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. Notwithstanding a few reservations, we think that overall the Council has done an excellent job at what is a time of considerable difficulty. We recognise that we're very fortunate to be living in an attractive suburb that has been well served by the Council, and we're well aware that there are suburbs less well off in various respects than ours. So in our plan submissions, we try not to be parochial, and we try to balance local concerns with a citywide perspective. Firstly, we appreciate that our own local residents have as much cause as residents citywide to be pleased at the Council's achievement of a lower rate rise than has originally been projected. We generally support the balance that the council has struck, both on the operating and the capital side, although we're still a bit grumpy about the size of that other operating cost item that we feel could have been given more transparency. We have no doubt that residents citywide will also share our hope that the council will find a way of making next year's rate increase appreciably less than the current plan anticipates. That may be wishful thinking, but one can always hope. Replacing the first Christchurch South Library is a matter of particular interest to us, as we're sure it will be not only to our community, but to residents throughout South Christchurch and maybe even further afield. Our association was closely involved in the genesis of the library, which can fairly be counted as the most exciting development in Beckenham's entire history. We didn't have a library in our part of the city, the nearest one being in Spraydon, so the prospect of having one right in our neighbourhood way back then was indescribably thrilling, and community participation in the process that led to its creation was both widespread and incredibly enthusiastic. So that local history is a key feature of the background against which we view this project, and it adds to the degree to which our treasured library will be sorely missed and its replacement and timely opening eagerly awaited. Please don't let us down. The reservations we have concern the delays yet again in respect of the Opawaho River cycling route and implementation of the Mid-Heathcote Master Plan, the latter having been deferred for 15 years now, while the cycleway delay can be nothing less than a big disappointment to many of the notable number of cyclists in our suburb, though I should emphasise our overall support for the citywide cycleways programme. We look forward, hopefully, to some movement in future on both these projects. We nevertheless appreciate the work that has gone into reducing the 2025 to 26 rate increase. We think the level of intergenerational debt is reasonable, and that the philosophy of focusing on what can realistically be delivered during the life of the plan is one to which we hope the Council will continue to adhere into the future. The draft annual plan, therefore, has our broad support. That's
the first one?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Would you like to please carry on with the second one?
Thank you.
Yes, beautiful.
On my own behalf,
yes.
I think it would be very churlish of me not to reiterate my congratulations to the Council on achieving that reduced rate increase. I want to focus mainly on two things in particular: Christchurch South Library and the projected rate increase for the next year, though I will touch on a couple of other matters. Possibly, regarding the library, I'd like to add a further plea, and one that will cost nothing, to my very heartfelt plea for the prompt and successful completion of the replacement building. Possibly no one around today's council table remembers that had it not been for then Councillor Carol Anderson, wife of our then MP, there probably would never have been a Christchurch South Library in the first place. The Council's original plan was to extend the Spraydon Library, but that plan required the removal of a row of notable trees, and such was the power and influence of Councillor Anderson's opposition to that aspect of the plan that it was abandoned. When it came to speaking for the trees, the law axe had nothing on her. And that was how the idea of a new library was born and the search for a new site began. Such was her role in the original library's genesis that I feel it would be an appropriate, albeit belated, tribute for its replacement to be named for her. Before addressing my other main topic, I feel bound to refer to that other OPEX item. In my view, it positively invites the axe. I mean, come on, guys. With a slice of the pie that large, you could be you owe us a bit more openness about what's inside it. Also, regarding my support for the reinstatement of the cathedral, I'd remind the Council that after the devastating fire that struck the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris in 2019, restoration began in 2021 and took a mere 3 years to complete. In comparison with that, the state of our cathedral after 14 years looks like me to be a shameful disgrace. Turning to next year's projected rate rise, I feel it necessary to sound a cautionary note. The size of the predicted rise for next year rather worries me, and I very much hope the Council will find a way of reducing it. The current government, I think, is very similar in complexion to the one that in 2010 sacked the members of ECAN and replaced them with commissioners. And with Mr. Seymour as Deputy PM, I have no doubt that if a plausible pretext presented itself, they wouldn't hesitate to do the same to this council. Ratepayer backlash over a rate increase as high as is predicted here could perhaps be used as just such a pretext, and the political cosmetics of a rise of 10% or more will not be good. It'll be a really bad look, in other words. I have no doubt that if Mr. Seymour were to agitate for the government to do a 2010 on Christchurch City Council, the PM wouldn't have either the brains or the backbone to resist. So I think it will be vitally important between now and next year for energetic thought to be given to finding judicious ways, without compromising service delivery, of reducing the projected rate increase to something below the 10% level. And I suggest that a much smaller other might be a good way to start. Subject to that, once again, congratulations to the Council on a job well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And very good to see you year on year.
Thank you.
You haven't changed a bit. Pauline, please.
Thank you, Peter. You just sound a little bit different, but we won't.
Look, sorry, my hearing isn't quite as good as it used to be.
I see. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
It's all very well to wave the threat of the government, sacking us all and putting commissioners in, but part of the costs that we have to bear are the ones that they impose on us.
I know.
So 2.1 million that we have to fork out for their new water levies, and also they're going to cost us 43.2 million because they're not going to continue to subsidise some of our transport work, which I think is a bit off because we deserve a decent cut of that transport fund as well.
Mm.
So, I think it would be pretty rich if they came and pointed the finger.
It would be, but I don't think they'd have any shame about doing it.
Well, you could be right there.
And lastly, Tim.
Thank you, Peter, and it's wonderful to see you, but do remember that within 10 days of Notre Dame being burnt or having the fire, I think there was £750 million pledged to it.
I
We
know.
didn't have that here. And ECAN, I think there were two personalities there driving that, and whilst I totally disagreed with how it was done, I can see the frustration because I think all of Christchurch, probably as it is now, was frustrated with ECAN. Yeah, so something had to happen.
I know, that comparison was a bit naughty of me.
Thank you so much, Peter. Very good to see you, and have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Good on you. And last but not least is Murray. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kia ora koutou, ko Marie Byrne Takuingoa. I work for council and community governance based in Riccarton, but I'm here in my private capacity as a homeowner and resident of Phillipstown. Some of you will be aware that I've been here before, 5 times in fact, and I was going to speak about the same issue. I'm still going to actually, road safety in Phillipstown, particularly for those crossing Ferry Road, and to say that I'm disappointed in having to be here 5 times to speak about the same issue is an understatement. But I've just had word this morning from Councillor McClellan that a design is likely to go to the Community Board in August. That's great to hear, and I fervently hope that it is going to, but I'm going to reinforce why it's important that it doesn't slip off again, because it was these upgrades were first planned back in 2021. I'm not going to show you the photo of the aftermath of the fatal accident in 2019 that I previously have done, but I'm going to let you know why I do keep coming and why it's important to harp on about this and to make sure it's not delayed again. First of all, I'll say, why wouldn't the chicken cross the road in Phillipstown? And I'm going to come back to that. I've had first-hand experience about the inability to cross this road when in 2020 I spent quite a few months in a wheelchair and using a knee scooter to try and get about. At one stage, in an attempt to get a sense of independence, I decided one day I'd head down to Bunn's Bakery to get a roast meat sandwich. I somehow managed to manoeuvre with some difficulty across the middle, but when I got to the other side, I couldn't get to the footpath. It was cracked and broken, and basically I was upended. Unfortunately, that experience isn't unique. I've seen numerous people trying to take their lives in their hands crossing there. I've actually seen cars stop to let wheelchair users and mums with prams and toddlers in tow cross the road. These are the people who do try to cross the road, but what about those that can't or won't? Each week I pick up an elderly lady in the next street over and I take her to church down in Woolston. I asked her one day why she didn't hop on the bus, and she said, because I can get to the church but I can't get back. I'm too scared to try and cross Ferry Road from the bus stop on the other side of Ferry Road. It turns out she'd love to go to a heap of other places, such as Sumner, into town, Eastgate, just to the library, to Po Toi for a swim. But she can't. Her life is impacted by this situation and she's become socially isolated. How many others are in this situation as well? So the chicken wouldn't cross the road because it was too scared to. It's not a nice-to-have project, it's a must-have so that the vulnerable people of Phillipstown are able to cross the road. The reason why the berm is cracked and broken is because it is marked to allow cars to park partially on the roadway and partially on the footpath. I can't recall seeing anywhere else in Christchurch where a major road has this. The footpath along a major road is being shared by pedestrians and motorists as well as the cyclists who are too scared to bike on the roadway. 3 years ago, we had a street-side meeting with councillors and traffic engineers, and that were told that the shared footpath situation existed because there's a 4-laning designation that still exists on Ferry Road. I think that's from over 20 years ago. Why do we still need that designation there? How about investigating how it could be removed and maybe even consulting to remove it along with the consultation on the safety measures? But on a more positive note, just a note of congratulations on the raised platforms at the Ferry Road, Ferry, Baldwin's, Ensors and the Linwood Buckley's intersections. I've seen a seemingly a reduction in the speed of motorists going through them, so well done. Just one wee small point, it'd be really great to have some right-hand turn lights from Ferry Road into Ensors and Aldwins. The traffic back up down Ferry Road, particularly towards the bays, can be quite considerable. And I join with other motorists in trying to do the orange-red light jump and to turn into to Aldwins, even when I'm in the first vehicle in the lane. For residents of Phillipstown, this is the most logic right-hand turn, with 3 consecutive roads, Olivia's, Matheson's and Nursery, all being blocked from making right-hand turns. So to get home, we either have to arrange that light run, orange light run, play slalom along Bordersley Street amongst the many parked cars of the residents, or rat run through the back streets of industrial Phillipstown. None of these are ideal, and so the perfect solution would be that right-hand turn. So in closing, please prioritise getting this implemented. And I'd love to be able to say, why did the chicken cross Ferry Road? Because it could do so without becoming a butterflied chicken. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. And I like your thoughts about right-hand arrows. There's a noise coming from the left of the room. Because if people can't do the right-hand arrow, they start going rat running, going somewhere else, and that doesn't help. Island Road turning right into Memorial to come into town is a classic example, exactly what you said. So I had someone's hand up. Yanni.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, I'm just as frustrated as you that you're back here talking about the same issue again for the 5th year in a row. Although we just got the memo yesterday, but we didn't get told what the budget was. Do you have any concerns that, and I don't know if you've seen the plans in the memo, but have you got any idea of what the budget is, or has the community board engaged with the local community about the design?
I haven't had anything personally to my, into my letterbox or anything like that. The first I've heard of it is the memo that was passed on to me by Councillor McClellan this morning. I had a quick look at the plans and saw that it was great that there are 4 crossing points along there, which is fantastic. It would still be nice to have that co-marking on the footpath removed.
Right. And just to be clear, like, I don't know if you saw the other design that was done 2 years ago, but this design's considerably different and looks way more expensive than the previous.
Do it at your com board, Yanni.
Well, that it's not ours anymore. It was when it got started, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming in. That's good, and I'm going to look over Jake's shoulder and see what that plan is. I wouldn't want to see it.
Thank you.
So we're into Karakia Department. We have come to the end. Righto. Tapu, kia wata, te ara, kia tūriki, wakataka pai, kia tūriki, wakataka pai. Oye, oye, Thank you so much for coming in on Saturday.
What was the